Good morning, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. To start, let's take a look at the futures and the indexes, see what they got. So, if we look at SPY, you're going to see we're into that short-term daily exhaustion risk. We did not have the nightly vid last night, by the way. So, we're going to do the nightly vid this morning, pre-market. But you can see right into the bottom of the broad information. So, either side of this would get our attention to see, well, do we go 3,260s up, take yesterday's highs, and then we're coming back through it? Or do we go maybe gap up sell, slight gap up and then sell them down with full time for continuity? Either side would get our attention. We'd prefer to go in the direction of continuity, which would be down, but you'll see Dow Jones, it's going to be very similar. So right into the bottom of the daily broad information, you can see here, they have the slight penny higher high, and then they go wham, right down into the lows, and they're still down here. So you can see they're going to be gapping up on the Dow Jones very slightly as well. And that slight gap does matter because we're going to open into the top of the broadening formation. You'll see here, just making slight higher highs to this stuff. So we're going to want to be aware of that. If we go to IWM, you can see this would probably be the closest to going to reversal this morning on the daily. Whoa, sorry about that. But you can see it went into that daily exhaustion risk. You had the broadening formation here where it went up, then down, and then it failed to make the new highs. And then they went lower lows again. So it looks something like this. So it's going to be much closer to that 2-2 day, or it might actually happen right at the open. So it'll be a little stronger IWM. And then if we go to the Qs, right, not so much. It's the only one not gapping up. So tech is still much weaker. And that's kind of been a theme. If we go to Meta, right, they've been getting killed recently. If we go to the weekly here, you still have magnitude to come back through here on Meta. So they got more to go. If we go to Amazon, you see they've been getting killed. We had that turnaround Tuesday in the morning. If you were with us in the morning, we saw Amazon do that. It just wham, takes everyone out. And you can see how it completes the broadening formation to the mother bar. So stuck in the middle of this thing, goes up. That 2-2 day reclaimed it. Then boom, takes out the lows. Go to Google, you can see this stuff's just getting destroyed. So we want to see if that's still the case today. Everything will always confirm or negate. And the last one would be Apple, which is still a little bit firm. And obviously yesterday with Tesla's, Tesla got destroyed yesterday, and same thing. We want to see, does that confirm or negate? Because if we look at Tesla, look in here. This is the broad information you're dealing with. Where are they trying to go? Technically, they're trying to go to 99 bucks, right? And you may not want to hear that, but that's what they're trying to do if that month is red. We're running out of month, but if you look at the quarter, they've been selling the last 3 quarters. That has not changed. If we go to the year, bright year. So, oh, no chart. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, you should be good now. The beautiful part in the strat, right? You don't even need a chart. You know what I'm talking about. If I say bright red year, you don't even need a chart. But you can see, so they're not having a good time in Tesla, not at all. Since they gapped down into the recent lows, we'll see if they have more to sell. But this is what you'd be looking at on that weekly broad information. That being said, the energy rally that we've been seeing, maybe coming to a pause. We're closer to the 2-2 days back down in all those energies. So when we look there, XLE, XOP, they're all going to be 2-2 day down at the open. It could be gap down by, right? We still have these long green months, long green weeks, but we did come into some of our targets here. So profit taking makes sense from there. As far as setups would be concerned today, we've got a few. So if we take a look at the financials, you'll see they have the potential 1-2-2, which is going to take you back through this and take out these guys up in here on 56.38. And that tells you to look at stuff like Visa. So you're going to see this, and this is how you use the strat, 3. So that's a broadening formation right there. It goes up, and then it starts coming in. Where's it going to go? The bottom of the 3, right, to the penny right there. Then it starts coming back in as a pivot machine gun. That is something we look for, because if you've been selling the past 5 days and this reverses, you got to cover your short position. So if financials reverses and Visa reverses, you got magnitude to 365, and that's a good low Friday candidate. The other thing here is it's green on the month, 3-2 month up. So we have the monthly signal too. So this is daily pivot machine gun and monthly signal, something we look for. MasterCard, same thing. You got the hammer outside month signal, and you'll see the broadening formation here. It goes up, then it goes down, then it goes up, then it goes down, and then the hammer. So they're going to bring them back through here. That's a good Lotto Friday candidate with Visa for the simultaneous break. Other candidates in here. Go to IBM. It's another PMG candidate you'll see. So IBM, you'll see the same broadening formations playing out here as it should. So look at this. Inside month, ticks down, reclaim, boom. Ticks up, reclaim, boom. Ticks down, and now you have potential 2-2-day pivot machine gun on Friday. And the reason a Friday matters is because they have been selling this thing. But if they're going to take profit, before a weekend, that's a good time to do it. So we'll see if that's what they want to do. It's got a lot of pivots to come back through. So that could really kick in there with Visa, MasterCard. And forgive me, let me double check something. Yeah, so IBM is in Dow Jones, along with, I don't know if Visa, it's one of them. It's Visa or MasterCard. So if we see the Dow Jones go 2-2-day, right, with IBM 2-2-day, that's something we could look for. Oh, and both Visa and MasterCard. Yeah, so really we're looking at Dow Jones stocks this morning. Visa, MasterCard, and IBM. Outside of that, we do have some Intel earnings today, so that reaction to the earnings could be tradable for you guys. Now, if we look in here, and we really just look at what's going on, we have a broadening formation, so you'll see it on the month, right? They take out the month's highs here. You see 2. We zoom in here. You can see they go 2 up at 140. Then they change continuity here, and then bam, 2 down. There it is. There's your broadening formation. These 2 bars are broadening formation to that. So on the week, you'll see it even clearer. New highs, new lows, new highs, new lows. So we are at the new lows when we look here. But we are inside week. So because we're inside week, you just want to be aware of that if you're going to trade the Intel earnings. Now, when we look here, what would we expect? Since we're inside week, we would expect, this is the same type of broadening formation here, right? Goes up, then goes down, and starts coming back in. We'd expect to come back through all this stuff and take out like in 108. So you might have 103 to 108 as a magnitude back through all these pivots here in Intel if you're going to trade those earnings. And if you're not, that's A-okay, right? Now, with the chips earnings, you got stuff like MU. Closer to a 2-2 reversal down. So market firms up. TAC is kind of weak or opening flat. Qs is opening flat to start the day. And I hate the colors. What is going on with these colors here? See how they're 2 different colors? Let's see if we can fix that. So much better. But you can see MU's a little closer to reversing back in, still inside week there as well. And still red on the month. So a little bit weaker. If we go to SNDK, closer to the 2-2-day back in, still inside week there as well. So because of those inside weeks, the buyers, they bought, yeah, but they don't have control, right? It's not trending. So if this goes 2-2-day, it could just wipe them all out in one day. So a little bit weaker there. And if we go to SMH, you have the inside day yesterday. So be watching that with your Intel. And that's kind of the gist as far as we're concerned this morning. The only other things we could mention would be some Lotto candidates outside of Visa, MasterCard, which would be Domino's Pizza. Might have the RevStrat day in here. It's going to be conflicted with the week, but it is going up this month, going up this week, and then a reversal on the day. Or we have a lot of healthcares that are RevStratting. So if you look at XLV, you can see, I'm actually not sure. Did this make a lower low? I don't think it's going to show me that level. But XLV, I believe, yeah, it was like 1 penny lower to last week's lows and then comes back in. So it's trying to go to last week's highs. And within there, you just got tons and tons and tons of RevStrats. So you can see Guild, right? The slight lower low after the slight higher high. That'd be the 2-tier reversal back through these guys. And that could cause full time frame continuity if it takes this out. 134.28. So it's not that far from doing it. Then you got a lot of other ones. SIRE, which you can see they're chopping them up, but same thing. MDT. Right, soft. It's a soft one. INCY, closer to the rev strat. ALMS, you can see a little closer to the rev strat. So you can see there's a potential for all those healthcares to rev strat at the same time, but they're all soft rev strats. So, right? It's like, do you like trading healthcares? Maybe. I'm much more interested in Visa, MasterCard, IBM with those PMGs today. And we already know they're buying Visa, MasterCard this month. So if they come back to buy more, it's like, give it to us, you know? That all being said, thanks for tuning in, guys. I got a lot of Notepad. Let's see if we can go to Notepad++. You can kind of get the gist here. And there might be a better way to do this, but it is what it is. We will take a quick peek at the gappers because I did not do that yet today. And here. And if you guys are looking at anything that I'm not, or you want my opinion on something, or maybe not my opinion, but you want to know what's true about something, drop it in the YouTube chat or in Discord, and we'll take a quick peek before the market opens. LLY. Yeah, I think I did see that yesterday. Because we were talking about this rev strat. Yeah. So it could go 2-2 weaker right at the end of the month, or end of the week, so it's aware of that. But yeah, back through range of these guys, 1250. It's trying to go up there. So it's not bad. TSM, chips. Inside week. Look at that. Ripping back through them. Hymns. All right. So we go to Hymns. Ooh, look at this. If you don't know the strat, you got destroyed. 1, 3, 3, 3. My stops. Look at this. And you can see, look at test the lows, test the highs, test the lows, test the highs, test the lows, test the highs. Is this the real move? Test the lows. I go all the way back in. So I'm getting destroyed in there. And you'll see why you're getting destroyed. Well, it's a doji month. It's a doji week. And then 3 days. So now your goal is to get outside of this. You want the market to break out of these broadening ranges like this. So you can see this would be your sub broadening formation. You want to get out of that. Until you get out of this, you are going to just keep doing this and just destroying people. But the more they get chopped up, the more likely to then get out of there. Yeah. Okay. We have 4 minutes, so I'm going to try and be quick. But if we look at Meta, 2 down day, 2-2 reversal week, broadening formation, trying to take this out, 540.69. 2 going 3 month, to go outside month, same level, right down in here. So that's what they're doing. Now they're gapping down slightly this morning, I believe. Yeah, they're gapping down a little bit this morning, so you want to be aware of that. But you'll have inside 4 hour. If you want to trade momentum, you could go after that. If we look to gold, and I want to look at the gaps, so only got a few minutes here. But if we look to gold, it's been tricky, mostly because we don't have any monthlies, so it's up to these weekly guys to get in force and go. And you can see what they've been doing in here on the daily. So they slight triangle out, they bring them up, then they bring them back in, broadening formation, triangle out, lower low, starts ripping them back up through here. We wanted to take that out and then maybe get out of this broadening formation, but they weren't strong enough to do it. So you went shooter day, and then it reversed as a 2-2 reverse back through the broadening formation. So if we go to GC or XAG USD, same difference. You can see in here, right? It goes 3. So 3 right here, there's your broadening formation. Then it goes up, comes back in, then it goes down, reclaims, comes in. So what do we still want to see? We still want to see it go back up. If we look here, it made the new high, made the lower low. What we want to see is this is triangle out, and then go maybe inside today, potentially, and then go inside back up next week, because then you have target, all this stuff to take out. So you can see it's been a little trickier. However, we want to see that higher low to come back through it. And if not, next month, we would have a better chance of going reversal month. So you can see like this. Slight 2 down on the month here, and then the 2-2 above that next month. So if we're above this month's highs next month, then we can start ripping back through these guys. And what you want to watch with that is you want to watch the dollar. Because right now the dollar, it's been strong. So here's your daily broadening formation here. What you want to see, if we're going to get the gold to rip like we'd like to see it, we'd want to see the dollar. Maybe they go slight higher highs to this stuff, and we want to come back all the way through it. So if we zoom out, you can see this really big daily broadening formation in the dollar. They're not out of this yet. So the fact that they're not out of it, they would retest it up in here. So you can see if we zoom back in, where would the broadening resistance be? It would be right there. So it's above these previous highs. That's where we'd want to see them start rejecting that, and that'd bring gold back in. But when that happens matters. Because what we want is we want to be below that month open, below the week open, right? We want all that continuity in our favor. We just haven't had it yet. So we will see. Alex, the docs section of the site has been very helpful. We'll probably spend a little bit of time looking at those docs today, so I'm glad to hear that. That's awesome. IBM. Yeah, so there's something called exhaustion risk. So look at IBM, right? Do you see how these lower lows in here? It's the bottom of the broadening formation. So you call that exhaustion risk or broadening risk. And you can think is when prices is going down, eventually everyone's short. And once everyone's short, that's the best time to reverse because bang, everyone has to get out. Now we want to time that with continuity ideally. But like we said, the fact that we have the pivot machine gun, we have the daily signal, if that kicks in today, we have all day to go target, and stop people out. We're nowhere near changing the month, right? That's not our goal with this. Our goal is to just go wham, take all these guys out on Lotto Friday. And that being said, we're going to be opening up in just a minute here. Here it is. Now see how it gapped? That's not what we want. The fact that it gapped up, they could go 3 back down. We don't want to see that. Or at least we would have preferred to not see a gap. Visa also gaps slightly. And MasterCard goes 2-2 right at the open. I like that MasterCard. I like that Visa, right? And just mind those spreads. You don't have to be the first guy in there. But XLF Financials does go 2 up today, so we'd prefer to see that go up higher today. Intel, so they did not open as that gap up. They opened pretty much flat, and then they go 2 down day. So Intel earnings comes out, sellers hit the bid. That's what they do. So below this, 99.24, that's momentum shooter Intel. Below 99.24, that's some issues. And that might bleed over into semis, which is starting the day off inside day down. Since we're inside week, that could rev strap, but if it's below this, it's full time for continuity down, 574.00 in the semis. If it's above it, you can see when it's green here, this is trying to rev strap, and it's still stuck in this week. So how are we getting out of that? SPY opens inside day, Qs opens inside day, Dow opens inside day, IWM opens slight gap up and then red. That does matter because threes exist, right? So a little bit, looks like it's going to be a little trickier start to the morning here, which is okay. We're just going to have to disseminate some of these gaps here. For now, MasterCard, though, is green. And then Visa just slightly trying to lay out. So you can see on the oneer, slight tick down on Visa, and this is what you want to see if you're going to try and get into a gap up. Slight lower lows here, and then try and go and make those higher highs. Apple rev strat day up. Let's see. Yep, so Apple, you got the magnitude there. Momentum on the oneers. Not excited about trading today. That's okay. XOP went slightly below in green, so it's kicking back into full time frame continuity on a Friday. Now it is 2 down day, so it's got to stay above that open. But energy's firm back up today after some profit taking yesterday. Looks like the healthcares are all still pretty firm here. Guild goes rep strat from the broadening formation, so that's something we'd like to know about as well for Lotto Friday. It's got a mag to 132.85 and then potentially way up there at 140. All the healthcares are already going, so you have evidence there. Domino's Pizza also goes rev strat day. So MasterCard, Visa, Guild, and Domino's Pizza, they're all kicking in. Holy cannoli. What the hell? Why are you guys blowing up the chat, Sarah? What's going on? All right. SPY, you can see they're just, such an inside day here, but they do firm up. So Q's firms up a little bit. Dow is, you can see 2 up, but red. So it's a little weaker than the Dow Jones. And IWM still gap up and sell there. So a little bit of tech in semis. Yeah, semis is 2 down in green. So they're trying to go outside day in the semis. If that's green, it's pretty doji in here, but that's what they're trying to do. So we see a little bit of that being firmer, which means Intel, they did tick down, but they didn't stay down. They reclaim. So if we zoom out on Intel, the broadening formation's here. So Intel with earnings, you're trying to go back through these guys to 108. And that's if we can get a signal in force here, which you would have, what, outside fiber hammer to the upside. You see the outside bar, they did tick up, but then they come right back in. So it's a little bit tricky in there this morning. Let's see. MasterCard did triangle out the morning, guys, and fill the very, very slight gap it had this morning. See Intel, and this is why these inside weeks are a lot tighter. It's harder to trade. They go 3-3. So fully wipes them out and re-breaks the day down, trying to change that week from green to red. And semis also re-breaks the inside day down. So MasterCard, Visa, they had the slight triangle day outs. That's what we wanted to see. And then financials had slight triangle day outs to the downside. IBM is still 2-2 day in force to the upside. Pivot machine gun style through these guys. They had 5-minute momentum hammer. We'd prefer to see them triangle layout first. Stop some guys out of the fiber. As long as MasterCard is above 530.88, that's my major focus for getting some lottos in there on Friday. I was able to fill a little bit at the open, and then we'll see if that goes 3125er. And that'd be 3-1-2 5-minute, 2-2 day, 3-2 week to the upside. NASDAQ this morning has magnitude to try and break out these lows here, and we would expect them to take last month's lows. So you still got about a couple hundred points to do that, below 28,000 in the NAS 100. On NQ, that might just be, it's going to be around the same point, about 150 points, give or take. Google's got a nice little fiber bread information this morning. They go inside day, so they firmed up in Google. Meta is still inside day as well. Amazon's inside day, so a lot of the big pukers from yesterday are still inside, or they went inside to start the morning. Semis is inside day down, closer to the 225 down, so they're trying to change that weak green to red, but is that really going to change anything? There's still this big inside weak stuck in the middle there. You can see Intel. They go 3 on the fiver, closer to 3.2. And this is broadening range expansion. So anyone that's been trading here prior to earnings, if they're holding any long positions, this might start drifting away from those guys. And that's in the direction of continuity below that weak open, which is like sitting, weak opens like right here. Tesla, give us 2 down continuation? Absolutely. We had those shorts from yesterday at the momentum fiver at 333. Still hasn't come back, so you're still good if you're in there. Maybe you get inside 15 or on the second 15 of the day in a couple minutes, 3 minutes. And that'd give you the magnitude to take yesterday's lows. So I'm just looking at SPY right now, and I can see it, right? This inside day, it's 3-2 up, so it's trying to get out of that, but it's nowhere near it. It is nowhere near taking yesterday's highs. So what's more likely? Is it more likely to take yesterday's highs, which it's nowhere near doing? Or is it more likely to just go 2-2, try and come back through these guys with this big 3 here? I would think it's more likely to come back through the 3, which is closer to doing it. I mean, see materials, health, just a lot of inside days. Staples firmed up, which normally isn't the best for the market. Intel, you can see 3-2 down, so that week ticks down a little red. So anyone that was buying this week and starting to drift away from them a little bit. Semis off the 225er, you can see inside day down, they hit their target. which comes into the bottom of this 3 on the day, which is really, it's really small here, but I'll blow it up a little. So you can see that's technically all it was designed to do, is take out the low of the 3. Now it's still inside week. So is it more likely that we take last week's lows, or more likely that they just kind of tick back in here? Well, we're nowhere near last week's lows. So we'll see if they got any more to sell, but you're right at the bottom of that weekly, or this week's broad information there. Qs is coming back in, and you'll see SPY here, 225er right back into the broad information. So inside day SPY, it's more likely to reverse there. Makes sense. Casey's General Stores, 3-2 up day, yeah. 2 up week, yep. Inside month. Pretty illiquid. We're going to have the second 15 of the day opening up. So we look at SPY, could have the 322 fun to say, fun to do back through this stuff below here at 738.42. Still going to be an inside day, but maybe that if it's weak enough, we'd use that 3. If we can take that out, we'd probably take yesterday's lows. So the 322 could cause yesterday's lows to break. You can see Qs 3-3-3, right? There's really tight stuff in here, but it's closer to going 3-2 down, and it might go 4-3. That does happen. So be careful if you're trading those indexes. Wow, tech is going to look very similar. And you see Intel looks pretty similar as well. When they tick down, they didn't really go anywhere, right? 3-3 down, and then it comes back in. So they're just ripping them back and forth this inside week. It's a little bit of a mess there. Second 15 of the day opens. Visa goes 15ers back down. So currently they're not confirmed the day up. They're 2-2 down 15. MasterCard's a little bit firmer. You see energies are still at high of day. SPY, so you see goes 2-1, staying inside day, staying inside 15. That's kind of a mess. Qs goes 2 down as 3-3-3-2 on the 15er. And that does have full time frame continuity on Qs, so that's everyone's hitting the bid at the bottom of the broad information. That's what we would say. And that's going to try and cause the 2 down day, which would cause the 2 down month on the Qs. So maybe, right? There's still this inside day, which makes it a little trickier. Financials go to the highs. Rev day up, still true. So Visa firms back up a little bit after triangle day out, and then MasterCard, they go sideways, tenors up. So MasterCard, they're still above yesterday's highs. I still like that one. MasterCard 2 up 15, so that reconfirms the daily break in the second 15 of the day. It's like utilities are going to the high still as well. When would I be interested to buy Tesla calls? You need a reversal signal back through broadening formation at the very least. So if you look at this daily triangle, how are you going to reverse this? You'd need a daily signal, right? You're nowhere near. You're nowhere near doing anything to change this. Semis still inside day down, makes another low of day, reconfirming the downside on the second 15 of the day in the semis. Still inside day down. You'll see MU is 2 day down still. SNDK is 2 day down reversal. So they're coming back through these guys. You're looking to take that out in SNDK. Still really tight stuff with these inside weeks, but next week we're setting up some shooters. So if we have a red day today, it sets up next week to keep going, which is good to know about. You can see SPY 2 up 15, makes some slightly higher highs to this stuff. So broadening formation just gets a little bit bigger. And this broadening formation here is still within yesterday's range. So we're still, mother bar still inside day. So if they were to fail there, that's still trying to time the breakout of yesterday's lows from that broadening formation, which you can see they go 221 right away. Brings them back in. Look at that. Still very tight action. We go back to the NASDAQ futures. You can see that magnitude on the 4 hour was to take this stuff out, and they do. Now, still yesterday's lows, which they just took. We want to see last month's lows, ideally, to complete them. And that'd be below all this stuff. So they did what they're supposed to, and then let's see if they got more in them. And that's if we go back to the Qs. You see the 3-2. Everyone hit the bid below that broadening formation below this, 688.54. Takes out yesterday's lows, continuation, to take out last week's lows, to take out last month's lows. So that could cause some bigger issues here. You'll see Intel, they're still staying out of the broadening formation. So with the earnings, Intel's still not having a good time. And then semis is still staying down here below the broadening formation. So if we look at this, they're trying to get out of it. And when you get out of broadening formations, losers have to start getting out. So right now, that's the worst looking chart you can have in semis. But it's got to stay there, stay down. The question is, if they're selling all the semis off, are they putting their money anywhere else? Right now, healthcare is still pretty firm. Staples is still firm, just kind of at the highs. Tech, not so much, right? So tech's coming down with the semis, and you got that broadening formation breaking out here in tech. So similarly to the semis, this is the worst looking chart you can have. You're below the broadening formation. Still an inside week, but it is expanding now. Qs, there it is. Last week's lows, last month's lows, and that's what you wanted to see. And you can see how that 3-3-3-2 causes that to happen. If we go back to SPY, you can see from the top of the broadening formation, they've now reversed the 5-er, and they're outside 15. So they come back in. SPY's trying to time the breakout of yesterday's lows. It's still firmer than Qs, but then dragged down a little as well. And then Dow Jones, you can see, is also reclaiming the highs. So that's also trying to time the break of yesterday's lows as a 3. albeit a little bit stronger since it's trending up today. Then IWM 2215 back down, trying to time an outside day, reclaiming yesterday's highs, albeit stronger than the SPY and Qs. Intel goes into a new low, 3-2 down 15. Semis are another low of day off the inside day, and tech is more lows on the day. MU target 1 gets hit. They confirm that second 15 of the day, the rev strap. And they still have all this stuff. So if we look at that broadening formation at MU, test the highs, test the lows, test the highs. Where's it going? It's trying to go down there. So this is issues for MU following through. And SNDK. You can see SNDK wipes out all nearby pivot targets there as well. Off the continuation, but takes this, and then just like MU, they're trying to make new lows, so they could keep going, but that's gonna be short-term recognition risk. 1489. MasterCard's still high day while the market pukes. So where are they going into? They're buying some of the payment processors, just a little bit. They're also still buying Apple. And the reason they're buying Apple is because Apple didn't waste billions and billions of dollars on investing in AI. At least not as much as the rest did. So they like Apple still. NVIDIA. Ooh, yeah, NVIDIA, look at that. That could be issues too. So NVIDIA got the inside day down pivot machine gun style through this. Anytime it's below 205.96, it's trying to go 202.28 and take all these guys out. At the very least, it'd be at 204.95. So now that Q's has taken them all out, the question becomes, do they stay down there? Because we're full time frame continuity, full gas pedal down in the Q's. The month is red, the week is red, the day is red, 60's red. However, once you've taken out all those targets, you got to stay down there. Because if you start reclaiming, the broadening formation exists. And we don't want to see that. If you want to see a major peak today, to be a broadening formation in the Q's, you don't want to reclaim that this morning. You want to stay below that. Or else you're going to be coming back up. The SNDK, after taking out all the nearby targets, they go profit takers. You're looking at Tesla, what you would see is this. How would you time it? You'd have to have a signal. So the only signal you'd have potentially would be a RevStrat 15. So to say I like it for some reason, wrong answer. I like it if we have a RevStrat 15 because we could take this out. And if that works, maybe on the second 30s of the day, we'd have those 230s in force too. You're nowhere near doing that right now. So still full time for counting you down. And that's why we don't want to be subjective. We want to say, what do we know is actually happening? What is true? Expect a weekly target to be hit in the first 2 days of the trigger. It you have a full week, because we just have to think, like, how is it actually going to close or open? It's like, we have this shooter week in materials. It opens, closes as a shooter. The next bar opens, we have until the end of the week for it to close. So if it's going to close down here after taking all these targets out, you have all week for it to go down there and then close, which is why you have 5 days. Now, is it going to happen? Is that move going to happen equally across all 5 days? No. That's why we time broadening formations, because during that week, you're going to see broadening formations, and then you get the whole move in like an hour. And then a broadening formation sets up after like 5 hours, and then you get the whole move in like another hour. And it's going to speed up. Like if we look in here, this move from high to low, right? This takes forever. Then the broadening formation actually sets up and kicks in. It goes up. So it goes down first, then it goes up, reversal here, boom, 15 minutes, you get the whole move, and it takes 15 minutes versus like 6 hours, right? So it's not, you're not normally going to get it spread out across the whole week unless it's really aggressive buying. You get simultaneous breaks, kind of like energies, right? Whole energy sector, every single one went 2-2 week here. Every energy name went 2-2 week. So they go 2, 2, 2, boom, outside month. So it's spread out, right? Almost every day is like the same size in here. But it's because they're buying it all. They're just like, give me a little more, give me a little more, give me a little more, and they're just locking them up. KLAC, so that's almost a 3 on the day, and that could wipe some guys out. You have to take this out. But we wouldn't want to short yesterday's lows, ideally. What we'd want to see is have them go up first and then do it. But you can see KLAC, right? Just like we were talking about. So it goes sideways, just chops everyone up. And then slight higher highs, there it is. And now what we'd want to see, since we already know, it's like it's probably going to take out these lows, right? If you're right, it would take this out. Maybe we go inside up and then rev strat down on the fiver to cause that to happen. We just wanted to go up first. We'll have to see. We go to Qs. There's some slight profit taking. They're still not reclaiming any of this stuff. Or, they're reclaiming the monthly lows, so you'd want to know about that. Semis, you can see they go 2-2 back up. So the broadening formation got a little bigger, but notice they didn't trigger anyone on the week. So if we just take a look here, the ranges are still very, very tiny. Gosh. TradingView has been so laggy recently. I don't know why. But you can see, right? Doing nothing this week. So they did make the new low. They still have all day on this signal. But we need to get and stay out all this mess. Jack and Starbucks Weekly. Yeah, look at that. 2, 2, 2, 2 down greens. So they're profit taking. Triangle layout. Here's your broadening formation. So if we look at Shack and we look at it, we have to first know where it's going. Where's it going? Higher high. It's trying to go down here. And then the whole way down, what do you look for? Triangle layout or new signals. So it's like 2 up, 2 down, reversal. Then momentum shooter, 2. Momentum shooter, 2. Then Doji / Momo shooter, 2. 2 goes up. There's your broadening formation. Then you'd look for 2, 2, 2 tomorrow, or technically next week. If it's going down there still, you'd have the 2, 2 on Monday to confirm what they did this week. So short here and then get more next week Monday. MU still at the lows, still 2-2 rev strat day in 4s. SNDK is also still at the lows, although they've taken out all those nearby pivots. So right at the peak now. Marvell is also still at the lows with the inside day down. They got more targets there to take out nearby. 190, 199 in Marvell. So maybe you get that 2225 in there. IBM is still at the highs when inside 15 and up, back through that pivot machine gun on the day. So right now we can see it's like Visa-ish, MasterCard, IBM going up, and then SNDK, MU, Marvell, Intel, these guys are going down. So there's definitely some rotation going on after the Intel earnings came out. It's just really, it's nothing crazy yet, right? If they're going to get crazy, what we want to see is some like inside 15 or something to go momentum. And then that day would get a lot redder and we'd start really taking them out, which is something we can look for. Or you get this on the fiver, right? In 35 seconds, you'd have the 222. So things like Marvell have that as well. 2 down, 2 up, 2 down in the semis. If this inside day down is really going to take them out, that should just go as momentum. Hack would look the same. And Qs would have that as well, right under last month's lows, the outside shooter fiver here. Energies are still at the highs, XOP and XLE. You got 3 230s up in XOP on the second 30s of the day. And XOP still has some magnitude there as well. So you got the broadening formation on the 30 kicking in the other way. MPC, Marathon Petroleum. It's going to be in there. And you also have that broadening formation trying to kick in the other way on the 30s with the VLO. You see the broadening formation in here as well. So they buy them up, they sell them down. They might do that again. 2230. NASDAQ or ES still in its broad. Yeah, it's pretty tight. Look at this. So if we look at ES, right? We have that bigger triangle playing out, the higher high here. And then you have this really tight one in the middle because they puke, they go up, triangle out, puke, try to go again, but they didn't go anywhere. Then they go up, they didn't go anywhere. Then they go down, then they go up, then they go down. They're restarting all this stuff. So how are we getting out of this little baby one? And what that is 3-1-5er. So they could go 3-1-2 and bring back through these guys here. MasterCard had some slight fiber down in here, inside fiber down, so we'll see if that's triangle layout to go back in the direction of that daily. Still not the greenest thing on the day, but it's, you know, it's actually going up today, unlike SPY and Qs. And Dow Jones is going up, so you have that futures help in the Dow Jones with the financials going up as well. So it's like we have, you know, if the market's not going down, if it's firm today, we have no reason to not be looking at, you know, financial names as far as who's going to be going up. Just might take a while. Things are really slow this morning to start off. Energies are still the place to be as far as, you know, we're concerned right now. MPC, they're starting to kick in here, back through the broadening formation, going into target one. Then VLO is starting to kick in here as well. You got those nice big broadening formations to come back through with really aggressive buyers. JP Morgan, crazy wicks. I don't really see them on my end. I think something's wrong with your Thinkorswim, Moo. Because that thing you posted the other day was terrible. But it didn't hit weekly target. Yeah, that's okay. That's why we want to know that we have that broadening information. So it's like, if it goes 2-2 week, all right, we got all week. Then they triangle out on Friday. It's like, okay, next week, 2-2 Friday, get more. And then it's still going down there. So the compound 3, it can take one, they go in one bar, just one outside bar, or take 30 bars to go outside bar. Like, look at this, 2-2, 2, 2, 2, boom, finally hits target, and then 2-2 back up, 2, boom, all through these guys, 2, finally hits target, that took 2 months, and then 3, 2, 2, 2, right? This took forever to get down here, but it did. And then slight higher high 3 again. They were just shy of this, and then you'll see the broadening formation restarts. So they kind of get chopped up in here, but then they go 2, 2, 2, and they get out of that, all these guys. So it's like from here to here, it takes, 15 bars or so. But it did it. Reclaims the highs, goes to the lows. So we look at the week, reclaims this stuff. It's still going down there. Just didn't happen in 1 week. It's okay. JP. Yeah, Amu, I think you need to see someone. Like for MC Wups here, like let's say we're looking at this VLO 2230, right? We see that across the board. 19 minutes is my evidence that it's going up there. So for 19 minutes, we would have that. But once that exhausts, that 2 going 3 day, right? We have all day. Does that mean it has to go outside day today? No. Just means it's a 2 going 3 today. We have all day. We're attempting to do that. So how does it get there? Well, we'd have to above that. 304.37. And then anytime it's slightly below lows or red, that's what would cause it to then start going up again. So if we look at, let's just look at this big outside day here. We have this 2 going 3 day. It goes down, then it goes slightly green, then wham, right into the new low. Once it makes that new low, I don't know. I know we have the potential outside day, but I don't know what's going to happen from here. Then it goes inside. Then it goes up, triangle day out. Then 2-2, boom, new low. Again, I don't know. I know it's trying to go outside day, but I don't know from here. Then it goes inside. Then it goes down, new low. Then I don't know. Then it goes 2, 2, stops these guys out. 2-2, bam, right into the new low. And then I don't know, but then they finally start hitting the bid here. Then they go 2, 2, stop these guys out. 2, back down. 1, 2, back down. 2, 2, new low a day. There it is. And then I don't know. Then 3, 2, 2, bam, new low a day. And I don't know. But you can see that 2 going 3 lasts all day, so we can hit these signals all day. So if we're looking at Shaq on the week, 2-2 week, so right on Monday we hit the bid here, goes boom, 3%, and this happens in, I think it was like 30 minutes on Monday, right? Yeah. So it's like you come in here, you hit the bid, it's like boom, that's like 100% on options, or give or take, depends on what strikes and whatnot you have. But it's like instantly you're just huge winner. It's like, all right, I'll reduce some of that once we're down here. I don't know, reduce some of that, and then you just let it grind out the rest of the week. Now, if you're going to keep trading it, you're going to see this baby. So if we have that 2-2 week this week, we know we'd prefer to get the top of this broadening formation back down here. So when it's tight, really tight in here, it's like we'd prefer not to touch that. Let it go down first, down in here. Then let it come up, and then once it comes in, there it is. It's going back to the lows. Then wham, all the way back through here, and then I don't know. And they take their profit and they restart again in here in the middle. So then you'll see yesterday they gap it down in here. If you're still short, on Thursday they gap it down, they start coming back in, you'd want to reduce that. Then come Friday, when this ticks up in here, it's like, well, you're just waiting for it to set up again, which at this point, I'd rather wait for next week, see if this goes 2-2, back in the direction of all that stuff to complete it. If you take a look at SPY, we're still within this little broadening formation here. You can see they stop these guys out in the middle, and they come back up. So they're a little closer to taking the highs of it out, still inside day. MasterCard still stopping guys out. And there it is, slightly lower lows in here on the fiver. So if we're going to have that 2-2 day coming through here, that could be that triangle out right there. We'll still see healthcare is working their way up, trying to go outside weak. LLY from Gavin this morning. He had that 2-2 week above that. It's Friday, but you can see he's got the 3-2 going. He's got the 2-2 week going. The potential for full time from continuity. We got about 15 minutes until the second 60s of the day open up. IBM, another high a day with the Momo Hammer 30 going back through previous range in here. So they're still trying to wipe them out, and they just changed that, or they just got that week a little bit greener here. You see the weekly open, they already changed it, but we got all these pivots now on the daily. 2, 12, 30 would be the next place to trigger. VZ, large money deal with Google. Look at this. This thing's been stuck for a while. Look at that. Oh, gosh. Oh, shoot. I hate when I do that. There it is. You can see this highs, slight lower lows in here, so we still want to take that out. We got this nice, gigantic monthly broadening formation. So you can see the slight lower low and then back in the direction of that. Slight lower low, back in the direction of that. And then in here, higher low. So it's a little firmer here. It's starting to come back up, but we already took all this out. So your exhaustion risk there. But you have the momentum measured move if people are going to start piling in. We'll see. MasterCard 225er after the slight triangle day out, so stick to them. Visa also firmed back up a little bit. They're a little bit stuck in there, inside 30s Visa. SPY trying fibers down. Yeah, this thing's stuck, man. So you can see it goes 2 pennies above that, comes back in, T25er, boom. Where's it going? Reclaims the 3. So it's trying to take this out. And maybe if it times that, it might take this. But it's still inside day. So we'll watch that and see what it does, but I'm not touching that. I'm good. IBM, they're right at the top of the triangle, right at the top, so they might get triangle out in here, but if we get a bigger triangle layout, then we might be able to get that daily kicking along. It's possible. Stopped out IWM. Yep, still 2 going 3 day down. So you see IWM still full time from continuity down. And they had the slight lower low, slight higher high, triangle back down, slight lower low, slight higher high. Now it's trying to go triangle back down. However, they're just kind of stuck right in the middle of all this stuff. So they're trying. It'd be 225 to cause them to go outside day. Still just a lot of conflict as far as we go take a look. So you can see today, Utes, Dow Jones, healthcares, financials, staples. It's like, this is not a tech rally, right? And then semis, bots, which is your robotics, solar, Bitcoin miner, space, uraniums. So they're going into all like the blue chip, kind of like the boring stuff today. So BSX 2-2 back through, CVS 2-2, MDT with the pivot machine gun, REGN from the broadening formation, pretty nice. VRTX coming back through the broadening formation. Oops. So it's like you can see their algorithms. They're all told to buy in the healthcares, but that's kind of it. Now, since you can gauge magnitude, you can see where they're going. It's like REGN 690. They're trying to go back up there. So you got all day to do that. Just need corrective activity. And then VRTX, they're trying to go back through here to like 498, 500. All day to try and do that. And then maybe Guild kicks back in. We'll see. MDT has some pivot machine. It's like $1. So there's some interesting stuff there. That's where we'd have more evidence, and that's where we'd prefer to be. If we go to the Utes, these are all coming back through as well. So like AEP, still trying to come back through here with CMS. DTE still ripping back through. So a lot of more defensive posturing, which just means like no tech rally, no big explosive stuff in tech. Now, if we look to MasterCard, right, still highs. Aflac, Dow Jones, Berkshire, Bank of America, AON. These are all your Dow Jones financial stuff. Allstate with Aflac, Met. So you can see like across the board in your financials, they're all ticking up. So we really like that, and that was something we discussed pre-market. If you look at Dow Jones, you can see Disney 2-2 day coming back through the broadening formation here. This big one. You'll see McDonald's the 2-2 day coming back through this broadening formation here with Dow Jones. You'll see Visa with MasterCard. Yep. You'll see Walmart. So what we're picking up on is, what did they tell their algorithms to go do? They're like, well, you're going to go into the Dow Jones and you're going to buy, Disney, McDonald's, Visa, MasterCard, banks. You're going to buy some healthcares. You're going to buy some financials, some utilities. That's what they said today. So now the question is just like, how are we going to get in there and play that? And then on the downside, you've got all those semis puke today. So it's like they told them to sell semis today. How much did they tell them to sell? I don't know. But that's what they told them to do. So as the day goes on, we want to confirm or negate that. So are they still selling is the question that we want to ask. And then the other piece to that would be like the energies are 2s going 3. So they're not in control today to the upside. Like this could just be profit taking of the shorts from yesterday. But they are firm. You can see MasterCard, we pointed that out, the slight triangle out, and then boom, right into all that evidence we just showed you. It's like they told their algorithms to buy Dow Jones, and then they kick in right here through all these guys' stops. So it goes instantly. Now it's got to stay up there, because I don't know. What I do know is if we're coming back through all this, you got a ways to go. You got all this stuff to take out, and that could get really good. IBM high day as well. So yeah, IBM MasterCard. Tell me we want to get. That's what we want today. Apple new high day. Yeah, look at that. Nice rev strat. You got there, Apple. 2-2. Boom, gone. We pointed out, Sarah pointed that out. And we got this momentum oneer right here, which up they go. That was it. All she wrote. Look at MasterCard. And do you see, you don't have to be the first one in, right? We can go in there, know what they're doing, say, this is what they're buying today. We still have all day, right? We're not even an hour into the morning. Then you get slight lower low and then kick right back into what we know is true. And that's how you want to get her done. Now we'll see. We still got a lot of day left. We look to SPY. You can see they're still really chopping them up in here, and this is why we prefer not to do that. So we can see on the fivers, they did go 2-2 down, so they tried to come back into this 3. Right when the new fiver opens, they flip. Goes green, bam, takes all these guys out. So now this, we still have this little sub triangle. It's like, how are we getting out of this inside day? It's a mess. Visa, you can see slowly crawling its way back to the morning highs. So with the MasterCard. Look at your semis broadening formation from the day here, this outside day. You can see they're still acting as resistance here. So what that's showing is either the buyers are just now willing to pay up, or there's some type of seller in here who's filling all those buyers and that's trying to buy this thing. So still definitely weak in the semis, setting up some momentum shooters for that second hour of the day. It also looks like we have a lot of discretionary, like Walmart, Target, Lowe's kicks in a little bit with home builders. So they'll buy anything but tech, right? That's kind of what it seems like today. Anything but technologies. You can see like AT&T, Verizon, Disney communication stuff. They're all pretty firm today. CMCSA, that's a nice little gap down buyer. Let's see. Yeah, look at that. Long red bars. So you can see CMCSA. Where's that broadening formation, right? Right up in here. You got the higher highs. You got your nice lower lows. And you can see this is back through a range of guys who are short. So if that buyer's serious about that, they might have more to go after. So you'll have the 3, 1, 2 above that. For the smaller account guys, you'd want to go at the money calls if you're going to touch that. But very possible. We have communications, a little bit firmer today, so that would help you out. I want to pull up that Tesla because we had that member that was like, I want to buy Tesla. It's like, no, look at this. So inside being down, remember we said we'd prefer the short. You got everything red. It's going down. So it goes 2, 2, 2. They're still going down, right? He said, I feel like, or I think I would like, and the problem is, based on your emotions, you're not gonna be able to. You can't create winning positions with emotions. It doesn't work. And I can tell you that from experience. I think most people can still tell you that by experience, right? But the reason you can't is because you have to align with the broadening formations, the reversals, and the continuity. So if it feels like something, then you're missing one, two, or all three of those when you're trying to make your decision, and you don't want to miss it. But it's either getting destroyed, right? Destroyed. Yeah. Look at SPY in here. They're just chopping them up. 3, 3, ticks up, boom, comes back. It's like, my goodness, right? And you can see how this can just really destroy you if you're not timing that properly. This is a mess. What, slight penny higher? So up, down, up. See if they bring them back in. Do you have some profit takers, IBM? So they did buy them up a little bit. IBM, or not, MasterCard, sorry. IBM goes high day, takes out one of its daily pivot targets. Now we want to see them stay up there. SPY is not where to be, yeah. Sometimes that's, I would say that's more important, was knowing when not to. Because, oh my gosh. So as we come to the next 60 flip, semis are a little closer to RevStrat 15, and you can see how that would be when the new 60 opens. We redraw our broadening formations, we can see how that's right at the bottom of a broadening formation. Since we're inside week, you know, it could just show lack of interest, or it could show, you know, these sellers aren't that serious, buyers aren't that serious. It's like, right? Maybe that kicks in. It's just this inside week makes things a little bit more boring in there. But we'll mind the flip, and the flip is called the flip because it flips. It changes what things are doing. So we want to see, do they confirm what's going on? Do they change what's going on? So if we go to IBM, right away in IBM, look at that. They got more to buy, right? They go 2, and they're like, I'm going to take the offer. I'm willing to buy high a day. So we want to see, does that continue to follow through? And then MasterCard, we want to see if we can get the slight triangle out in here again, like we had on the Fiverr. And you see they are starting to drop back in, so we want to see them firm up soon. We don't want to see them drop in too much. This is where we get to see everything confirm or negate. So if we go and take a look at those dailies, right? This is the first piece of evidence we get, the dailies. So we can see what they're going after. And then if we go to the 60s, this is where we're going to see who's confirming that or changing that. So you can see staples, home builders, utilities, that we're starting to see those initial breaks. And then solars to the downside. So they're still confirming the solars, Enphase, JKS, NXT, Siskiyou, FSLR, Solar Edge. All of those hit the bid this morning. And if we go to big weekly, monthlies, you can see on the monthly side of things, NXT, right? You got all this stuff to come back through. So that's broadening information stuff right there. Siskiyou, all this stuff. FSLR, they're still trying to go down here like 182. DQ, they already took them all out. ARRY, you still got more to back through. It's a penny stock. But Solar Edge, you got all this to come back through. So these solars, right? Big puker problems. You got 3-2 Solar Edge, 3-2 ARRY, the penny stock. And you'll have 3-2 FSLR. These are stuff you could look for. Solar Edge, FSLR, those 3-2s, we look for that. And we can see on the staples, these are some of those dailies that are kicking in today. Hershey's, KMB, MO, SJM Schmuckers, TAP as the rev strat. So all this stuff is coming up, and then they confirm on the second 60s. TAP, Hershey's, KMB, Coke, SJM Schmuckers. Still got a lot of inside bars, but you can see TSN's about to break here as Momentum Hammer 60. So they are going after some staples. In the semis, you can see these are all the semis they're coming back to sell more of. Second 60 of the day, they're selling ADI, AMAT, ENTG, KLAC, LRCX, MPWR. It looks like all of these are 2-2 reversals or just the outside day. KLAC is that outside day. So if we go in there, see KLAC, the 3-2 shooter in here. And It's full time frame continuity down below all those opens. And if we go back to the 5 minute, you'll recall someone said they wanted a short KLAC. We said let it go up first, then hit it. So you can see 2 up, 2 up, 2 up, stopping these guys out. 2 2, boom, 2 2 2 2, boom, takes them out. So you use that broadening formation here short term to trigger that outside day. And now, since that's an outside day, it's expanding the broadening formation. So you knew it was going to take that out if you rewind and use that 225er to cause that to happen, and now see if they cause the rest of this. So that's definitely some issues there. IBM, another high of day. MasterCard still firm. Those are my 2 picks. Staples goes another high a day. So you're likely to see, you know, those communication stuff staying pretty firm as well in here. If you look at the indexes, Dow did go 2230 down. However, it is 2 up day. So we prefer to, you know, trend up today. We got a good chunk of things that are doing that. Go to IWM. Sideways tenor down. 2 going 3 day with full time frame continuity. So IWM still having issues. You got the 15er here to try and cause that outside day as momentum, which means a wider stop on the continuation 15er. But let's see, tech and semis, no 15 reversals. So they come back the second hour and they're just selling more. It didn't change anything. Energies, they came back the second hour. They're going for more. So VLO, the Hammer 60 pivot machine gun style through this. MPD has the 3-2 Hammer 60 through this. And Energies is probably going to end up being one of those simultaneous 60 reversals this morning. So we look at the day. In the Energies, a lot of them were breaking down to start the morning. You'll see there is some that are breaking up. So like LNG, MPLX, etc. A lot of those are breaking down, but on the second 60 of the day, we're going to see these guys are starting to reverse back up. It might be XOP, not XLE, but you'll see XOP in there as well. So 3-2 reversals and some continuation, some reversals in there. It's like Oxy 2260 pivot machine gun style for the small account guys. That kicks in. That's another thing you could know about. And you'll see that right here. All these guys who have stops against this stuff, gone. Take them out. SPY on the second hour of the day, you'll see they went inside fiver down, so they sold a little bit, and then the new hour opened. Second fiver of the hour. Then they get stuck. They're still inside 30. They're still inside 60. So they're doing nothing. Jack and nothing, SPY. You got inside fiver to cause inside 30 up Visa with the 2-2 day up Visa and the MasterCard. Dollars on SPY right away. Yeah, but again, I hope you're not trading that, Andre, because we just keep saying it. Like, don't touch that. Don't touch it. It's not doing anything. Yeah, I know it's stuck for today. So today, if you're planning on trading, you want stuff that's moving today. Look at these energies. We picked them up on that. We saw that in the initial start of the day, and then boom, they come back to buy more, come back to buy more, come back to buy more. This is what you want. Long green month. What are they doing this? Buying. What are they doing this week? Buying. What are they doing today? Buying. What were they doing yesterday? They're shorting, selling. So when that starts kicking in, those guys all have to get out. This is huge issues for those people. That's what we want. Tech semis still, semis just became a 2 on the 60, so they're confirming the day inside down, 312 Chicago style. Marvell still confirming the day down. So got MU and SNDK from the nightly vid list hitting the lows, so SNDK confirms the day down. And you can see in here, they puke, and we point it out to you. We're like, look at those guys. And then anytime it goes up, inside fiver, wham. Goes up, 225, wham. Takes them out, takes them out, takes them out. And that happens while staples go to the highs. So they're major rotation out of the semis into energy, staples, and financials. Tesla still dumping. Let's see. Yep, look at that. 3 1 2 2 2 2. Is that a buy? It feels like one. Yeah, well, not quite. Gone. And you can see how Tesla, how does that speed up? Getting out of this broad formation. So they go inside down, hit the lows. 2 down, stopping some guys out, but they hit the lows. 2 down, close through the lows. Now the broad formation is expanding. 2 down again. They're just getting demolished. Red gets redder. Apple daily rev strat magnitude just hit. Nice. IBM, we can see they're starting to drop back into the triangle just a little bit. And that's could be cause for some issues because we might get that bigger triangle day out into here. And if it happened into this, it would change the day. So they did go up. They did hit their first target, but they didn't really go anywhere. Dow Jones is starting to kick in on that 30-2 reversal. So you can see it's starting to do what? Negate. Changes the day to red. So they're attempting to go down here, take this out for the broadening formation to complete. Now MasterCard, you can see off the inside fiver, they're still at the highs, so they're still going after that. Visa, that fiver, triggered into the new 30 and set up, confirming the day. So they are doing that, but we just got to be aware we're coming into high day. So once Visa makes high, it's got to stay there. We want to blow through it. MasterCard as well. And technically, you can draw your broadening formation right off that, or you can just leave it like this. So we want to see this stuff stay firm. We don't want to see them coming back in, especially with a weaker cues. Look at AT&T. This broadening formation is nasty. Looks terrible down here. Then it goes 2 down in green, and then shoop, comes all the way back up. Look at this. Inside weak, right at the bottom of all of that. Not get prettier than that, does it? MasterCard making another high day. Good. Visa, you can see off the inside fiver, bang, new highs. And now you make sure you got your stop or your level of defense. What we'd want to defend against is this high, 354.77. If price can stay above that, good. Right, tell it to get. And where's it going? Back through all these guys. So you got all day where this could get a lot greener. Now, if it were to go 225 or come back in, it's like get out because reclaiming high day, low of day is down here. So it's got to stay up there. Apple's still pounding the highs, almost full time frame continuity or getting close to it. You can see Google Looks like it's going to take out those morning lows for the 3260 reversal below this. 317.50. And that should go instantly if that's going to work. We got 46 minutes left on Google to do that. And I thought it was a 2 on the day. It's not a 2 on the day, but if that breaks out, it's going to cause it to. Kind of like Q's did this morning with those 3-3-3-2 15ers. You got SPY took the 3-2-2 15er. I'm happy you at least waited for the 15, but still, it's just not where we want to be trading, man. Hope it works out. Because I see what you're doing, right? 3-2-2-15, fun to say, fun to do, yep. To cause a 3-2-30, to cause a 3-2-2-60 into full time from continuity. So I see it. I hope it works for you. Hughes, Dow, and IBM are all 60s 2 down. You see Visa, they tick up, comes back in, get out, didn't work. Should have just went. MasterCard is also going to do that, so we can redraw this right to left like this. That's what we're working with. KLAC had slight 5-hour triangle day out. Still the outside day down with full time from continuity. SPY goes 2 down again on the 15, so it reconfirms. That's good. And gives you more evidence for it. And now you got to get that 3-2-30. You got to get that 3-2-2-60. And that would confirm the Q's down, IWM down. So this would be the laggard. You would have the highest evidence on that when it breaks the 60s, just because if we go to IWM, you'll see it's almost that outside day down. We go in here. That nice inside 15 IWM we pointed out with full time frame continuity back through these guys to cause that outside day. So we like IWM there. We go to Dow Jones. You can see Dow Jones, that shooter 30 did kick in. And we go to the 60, it goes 2-2-60. So Dow, IWM, Qs, they're already going down. See Qs is 3-2. This is problems because this is occurring below last month's lows on Qs. So they're having some issues there. The last one to fall is the SPY, but still inside day, still inside 60. So it's just a little firmer. And it's mostly because SPY has a lot of financials in there. It's got a lot of healthcares in there, which are mostly firm. It's also got materials companies. It's also got a lot of utilities companies. It's also got a lot of staples companies. It's got a lot of communications and blue chips. So, a good portion of the SPY is just not going down today, which is why it's not helping them out. Maybe you can get Visa to set up another 5-hour hammer and try it again. Lockheed Martin. Yeah, you know what? I saw that when I was scanning on Tuesday night for my Wednesday night vid. I was looking at those options. I was like, oh, these options are sucky. And I was just like so sick of the crappy option. So I didn't put it on the vid, but yeah, that was a beautiful one. Look at this. Ticks down, ticks up, and slight lower low, ticks up again, ticks down, and slight higher high to this, ticks down, and then boom, 3 days, the whole thing. It's like, wow. It does trade very thin. It's a shame, isn't it? IBM, you can see, is starting to kick in with the Dow Jones on the second 60 of the day. So they did pay up, but they did not stay up there. As far as we're concerned, today it's still firmer today. So we'd prefer to see them triangle they out and try back in the direction of that. But they go 15s down, so this is them triangling them out. SPY's still doing nothing. Their product's been used recently. Yeah, right. True. Factual. So if you look in here, you can see they're going after utilities. Second 60 of the day, they're still buying all the Utes. Going after staples on the second 60 of the day, they're still buying all those guys. So you see like Hershey's, they still got all this to take out up at 177. MO still has all this to take out. Hyson Foods, you got the broad information of 59. It's just staples, they just are a little slower, so less fun in there. You see how SPY doesn't do anything? Why might that be the case, Andre? Yep, still inside, exactly. Let's see, Tesla. Yeah, Hammer 60. Well, look at this. You have 40 minutes. So you want to think about setting up the last 5 minutes of the 60. Right now, you'd either be thinking potential 3 if you're trying to come back through that, or you'd be thinking this is just triangle out. The day is red, week, month, this is all red. Now it's exhaustion risk, right? It's new lows on the month, new lows on the week, new lows on the days. So it's exhaustion risk, but you'd either be thinking 3 or you'd be thinking triangle layout in here, just trying to stop some of these guys out. You can see SPY in here, right? Just drifting around. Goes up, stop these guys out, and then right here, inside oneer, just rip them right back through, stopping everyone out. And that's why we don't want those inside days, not at all. Guild. We want to see Guild back to the upside. I'd prefer a rev strat in there. The cool thing we're seeing today is gold and silver. They are firming up. So for next week, hopefully we can see those kick in with continuity. That'd be fun stuff. We can see financials are going to high day, XLF. So that should help out the MasterCard. Hopefully help out Visa. Looks like it's a lot of regional banks that are firming up in here. Wells Fargo went rev strat day with the financials above yesterday's highs. See IBM on the 15, they went slight triangle layout, so corrective 15er against the day and the week, and potentially the 222 back into the pivot machine gun. That should speed things up. Whenever things are grindy, it's grindy because everyone's long or no one's stopped out. So when you stop these guys out, and it goes 225, it should speed it up just because of that fact. It is grindy, but hopefully we can see it kick in. We see Dow Jones. So they went new low on the day. Then inside fiver, they start coming back in. So you got the slight triangle up here, slight triangle down there. Still a doji on the day, so they're really not doing much. We don't have much evidence of a buyer here. This month is red, this week's red, this day's a doji. But it is trending up today, so there's some type of buyer that's willing to pay up. About 5 minutes until the new 30s open up. Citigroup, you'll have the RevStrat 30 with all the financials going up. You can see Bank of America is at the highs, Berkshire is at the highs, MasterCard's at the highs. So Citigroup sets up to confirm that. It is a little bit stuck on the week though, so right, it's a little stuck. If we go to something like Wells Fargo, just triggered the day up that we mentioned, that RevStrat, that looks a lot better because we at least have to come back through and we have a daily signal today like MasterCard has. Look at SPY. I think it's going up. I think it's going down. I think it's going up. Just destroyed, right? Slight higher high. It's breaking out. Reject. It's breaking down. Reject. It's breaking up. Well, we'll see. IBM does make a new high day. Right, Andre? Yeah. The thing is if you don't know that happens, if you don't know that happens, what you see is you'll be like, oh, this is a 2215. It looks great. It's because you're looking at one time frame. When you're looking at multiple time frames, it's clear as day why that would happen. Inside day. So it's like anytime it breaks two up, you'd prefer it to go the other way. Anytime it breaks two down, you'd prefer it to go the other way because it's inside. It's just doing nothing. Still. We go Dow Jones. We pointed out that fiver. Look at that. Kicks in. Two again. Boom. Right. Starts taking these guys out. That should help out any of the Dow Jones names. Disney is really ripping today, really green. Got this 322. You got all this to come back through. Like here, back to 100. So long green bars, they tend to get greener. Still PMG is Apple. What PMG? I mean, they already took them out. Yeah, all these guys gone. I tried to pull up PMG as I was wondering why it wasn't working. That's funny. I've done that before too. Or so I'll like read something. I'll be reading someone's thing. I'll type in like whatever they said. Marvell, you got the hammer 30 right at the bottom of the broadening formation. So you see it's still inside week. So just like SPY's inside day, you'd expect, things to try and go the other way. So that's setting up a little bit. If we go to KLAC, the hammer 30. So they did tick down in here. And this is why it's great to use those fibers like that. 2 2 fiber, 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 reversal, get out. Right? It was a decent little win there. But then it starts coming back in. So we're going to see on the semis, on the new 30s, all of them have hammers. So does that kick in, or do they just sell them right back down after triangling out? And this is the problem with these inside weeks, is I don't know. It's like it could go 30s up and rip back through these guys, or it could just go slight higher high and then inside back down with the daily signal. It's conflicted. If we look at SPY, you can see it's 2 up 60s to start the day. So they're buying the SPY first and second hour of the day. The Qs, you can see, did reclaim last month's lows. So they took them out and they reclaimed. We know broadening formations exist. So you can see this one from the morning. They tested as resistance, low of day, then broadening formation back up, breaking through that, now back in. So where's it going? It's technically trying to go to high of day. That's another 5 points away on Qs. And that's changing a little bit of what's going on with the hammer outside 30 right there, reclaiming last month's lows and yesterday's lows. Things already going up like Dow Jones. We'd want to see if they can keep going up on the day. And IWM is going to be kind of similar. And these are really tight on the indexes. They're not that aggressive. But they do firm up on the new 30s. So right on the flip, Google goes RevStrat 30. It is still an inside day. That's in the Dow Jones as well. And it's in communications, which are also breaking some 30s up. Take a look at the spine. We're drawn right to left. You can see that bigger triangle from the morning session. We had all these really tiny ones in here. They break into the highs of that. So now this is what we'd consider range expansion if we're staying above this. 739.97, give or take. It's trying to become a 2 on the day if it's above that. But if it goes 225er, comes right back in here, we're going to try and test the other side. So we'll see. Still, not resolving that consolidation yet on the daily. It's trying to. MasterCard is starting to break up. It's got the inside 15 to keep removing. Visa, you can see they took the 15ers up again, so they're trying to get back above those previous morning highs. Still 2-2 in those guys. You got all day. Staples, corrective activity, slight 2 down on the 15er. Stopping some guys out. And corrective activity, as you can see when you got bigger time frames going, and then you stop people out, or you triangle they out, the slight lower lows. So slight lower lows in here. Let's see if there's any Staples buy lists that are triangling out nice. So we'll see stuff like Colgate and the Staples didn't move that much. Pepsi, MO triangle layout a little bit on the 15s. Philip Morris triangle layout on the 15s. We go to TAP. You'll see TAP is right here, potential momentum 15. And the problem with these staples, they just don't move that much. You can see they're like, it's up 2%, which is 83 cents. It's like they're kind of going, but it's just not as fun as we would like it to be. S&Dk and say $600 down on the quarter, up $1,200 on the year. Yeah. You see Marvell, so they go up, triangle, and then they go 2-2 back down. So still selling in Marvell. They did not reverse those 30s. Go to SMH. You see similar. So they had the hammer 30, they tick up, didn't go anywhere. So that daily seller is still there. 2 going 3. So they're still inside weak, but they're not recovering those guys. Still a 2 down 60 in there. Just kind of chopping them up. Financials a lot better today. A lot greener. NVIDIA. See. Tempting to take SPY puts back down. Yeah, if you can get that 225 to reclaim this, I would do it. But if it doesn't, it's trying to become a 2. So we'll have to see. See IBM after that slight triangle day out on the buy list, it goes 225er and then speeds up, right? 2, 2, 2, 2, starts to go. And this is why it's important to know how that continuity works. The reason continuity is important is because when markets are slow, you want to know which direction we should go into. So that day being green, that 2-2 day back through this, gives you that daily continuity level. And the fact that this goes down here and stops these guys out shows you not that it's reversing, it just shows you they're stopping guys out of the daily buy. So when this goes back in, it goes dink all the way through those guys. See if that gets any better. Sap kicker. What the heck? You should have let us know about that at the open. I didn't see that one. That's a beauty. So you can see SAP, this is the true kicking pattern. That's what you're looking for. I'm actually going to add that to our examples. This is beautiful. But you can see broadening formation. So they test the highs, test the lows, test the highs, test the lows, and then it gaps here. And you want to shorten this, and you want to shorten this, and you shorten this. When that goes to 132.42, it's just got to go, and those guys got to cover. Reclaims the lows. It's trying to go up there at 145. It's pretty neat. Pretty nice. IBM more highs. So you can see 2, 2, 2, 2, Just grinding them up. The good thing is next week we will have all these inside weeks in tech, hopefully, to get out of, which will be a lot more fun than today. You see MasterCard, they kind of just grind up into the highs. They did go 2, but didn't go anywhere. Stopping these guys out now. Then we'll see if we can go triangle back up. Maybe get this little 5er triangle in here. Be ideal. Dink. There it is on SPY. So you got your T25er, right? And now see how it reclaims those highs. So anyone that bought the breakout, they're the first guys out. And then you gauge the magnitude. Where's it going? Down there. So if that works, kick back in here. And you would get the 2 down day with full time frame continuity if that kicks in. So it goes 2 down again. That confirms. So the seller's there. Now, if we look in here, how much evidence do you have? Well, you got the 30 open. So you just got the 30 for evidence here, and the week and the month. So we'll see, right? Maybe. As far as signals for evidence, you got 5 minutes. And the thing is we want to have a 2 down, right, in force. So we'd need this below here on the 15er. About 4 minutes. You'd want to take that out as a 322 to try and make something happen. This doesn't negate the fact that you're an inside day, which just makes this a lot more like nothing's going on, you know? No, I can see the comments here. I on my other screen, I have other stuff up besides the YouTube comments. Oh, SPY, look at that. Big 3. Gosh. And it looks really big, but it's not even that big. Look at this on the 1 minute. This is 0.3%. All right, there's just really nothing going on. Now, if we look at the staples, Pepsi goes back to the highs, Hurl back to the highs. All the slow movers, Tap goes 15 momentum. So we're still going after the blue chips, just boring stuff. What was that? That's called an inside day, buddy. I bought meta put instead of MA called. I screwed up my execution today. Did you type the wrong name in, or did you have your options? You have an options list set up there. Oh, they're next to each other? Interesting. Apple already hit its magnitude today, but you have this up in here. 334.99, which would be to become a 2 on the week. Since we're still inside week, you want to be aware of that, but long green bars of the month, long green bars of the day, you're still grinding them up. But the magnitude on Apple is this. At the 1, 2, 2 reversal above that, 323. And then the target of that was 329.61 to take this out. So they already did what they're supposed to do. And it's because you can see there's your outside day. On a 2-day basis, that's your 3. What are funded accounts? Funded accounts are pretty much where you can pay a very small amount of money to take a test to see if you make money trading, and then they will give you cash to trade with. It's normally fake money, but Visa still up at the highs, 2-day up, and that inside 15 kicks in. Good. And then MasterCard, after slight triangle layout, still grind up. IBM on the fivers, still bringing them back up. So all the stuff from our nightly prep. We go back to the Dow Jones. We'll see from the slight lower lows and that inside 5 up. Look at this, 2, 2. Slight corrective activity here, and then they blow them all out. So that's good stuff. And this is why we were saying earlier, we prefer the Dow Jones up because it was an uptrend today. They were willing to pay up here. So they pay up, then someone sells down, but then those guys who are willing to pay up earlier blows them all out, which is firmer than the indexes like SPY and Qs. But you can see MasterCard after slight triangle out, back to the highs. Visa back to the highs. IBM still pounding away. Look at this. 225 or 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2. Working their way up. So, oops. Come back. Here it is. Let's just take a look at, while Visa, MasterCard, and IBM just grind to the highs, which was my focus pre-market. Let's just take a look at this stuff from last night. So last night we pointed out XLV names, a lot of rev strats. Most of them are soft rev strats. But we'll see SYRE, they did kick in, so we're working on that. MDT, they did kick in. INCY took out its magnitude already. Right in the morning they did. 11 inside day, so nothing. ALMS, you can see, did not kick in above that, so nothing. And then AGIO did not kick in. So a few of them, did kick in. But then Lotto Friday candidates, DPZ. So we pointed this one out, and it's coming from our, you can see Lotto Friday list. These are all the stars. Anything with a star next to it, it's normally stuff I want to be focusing on or pre-market to make sure they're opening and then triggering our levels. So if we look in here, DPZ, we had the rev strat above this. And we pointed that out at the open, 323.59. And this is the 2-bar rev strat. So, while things grind away. The 2-bar rev strat is the inside bar followed by 2-2 reversal. And why it works is because the inside bar is equilibrium or consolidation. Whoever broke it is identified. So when they sell in here, we find that seller. But then when that break fails, that guy is trapped. Whoever sold in here, they're trapped. And then they get countered by a group that must be more aggressive. So the inside bar with the 2-2 reversal. So we go to DPZ. Oops. You're going to see here the 2-2 reversal with the magnitude to take out 331.64 and to take this out, 336.72. So they're still working on that. And then if we go to SNDK and MU, this is with your Intel stuff. They did what they're supposed to do, but that was it. 2-2, they take all these guys out, and that was it. So they did it in the first half hour. Go to MU. Same thing. You see, it took them all out. I think they might have been just shy of the last pivot target. This is more for the people who want to trade those Lotto Fridays. But they did what they're supposed to do. 2-2 day, wipe them out. Just a little shy of taking out that last target. So maybe we get that later today. If we can get a triangle layout. Like maybe we can get a 2-2-5er in here to take these guys out. Bring them back through the broadening formation. And then the only other thing on the list was Visa MasterCard. So Visa MA Focus. And this is, I was doing some late night charting. And I saw those guys setting up with beautiful broadening formations. So like we pointed out this morning, Visa had the 3. They buy them up and they sell them down. And then when this is 2-2, anyone that's short in here, they got issues, right? They got to start covering. And that's why we'd prefer sell them down, buy them back up. Let them get sold down, buy them up. Let them get sold down, buy them up. So we got all day for that to kick in. You go to MasterCard, same thing, right? So we had that 2-2 day. You had the broadening formation goes up, goes down, goes up, down, and then the 2-2 here. Anytime it's above 530.88, you know for a fact it's trying to go to 540. And you know that because if we go to the 2-2 reversal, one of the most common reversals you're going to find, the 2-2 reversal has a trigger, it has a magnitude. And it has that because of what we call compound 3. So if we look in here, you can see the 2 down, 2 up reversal takes out either side of the range or both sides of the range. And when that happens, it's forming an outside bar. And since we know outside bars, this is the third thing price can do. It can become a 2, and then if the 2 starts to fail, or when it starts to fail, it becomes a 3, and then it can't do anything else. When you see a 2-2 reversal, we know that's going to happen, right? It's more likely to happen. And like we said pre-market, we're aligning that with the hammer signal on the month, where you can actually see we have the 2-2 quarter, right? So we had the 3, goes down, starts coming back. You know it's trying to go up there, 589. So when that 2-2 day happens from the bottom of this, it's still trying to go up there. That's what we're looking for. And we still have all day. So you can see anytime you get this red 15er in here, they go blasting off. Red 15er, they go blasting off. So we'd like to see that corrective activity and just keep pounding them back up there. And then the only other one was posted by a member earlier, and we shared this morning as well, pre-market. You had that 2-2 day. So this 2-2 day, we said was back through all these pivots. And if we look left, we explained pre-market why we'd want to do that. Once it's been going down for a while, what happens is you have the potential for being in a crowded position where everyone's shorts. Like IBM last week, it dropped 80 points, right? Everyone's selling this thing. And you can see it technically did gap, but everyone sold down in here. So once everyone's finished their selling, the only thing left to do is to cover those short positions, which is why we would expect that 2-2 through these targets to speed up. Because every target you take out, you're taking more guys and forcing them to cover. You also have a buyer that showed up in here. They were selling literally everywhere in here. They're sell. And then a buyer showed up today, and they're willing to buy IBM today. And if we look at that weekly, you got this nice broadening formation to time that at the bottom. And then we pointed out, obviously, the slight corrective activity here to do that and get it moving. So that's good stuff. And we'll see how much more they've got for us. Risk gambler. Yeah. I guess to tell you about me. Oh, sorry. Um, I found the strat with Rob, what, 6 years ago, give or take? It's probably been just under 6 years. And most of my time has just been spent just showing other people what the truths are. So I guess when you think of the strat, what I want you to think is it's much more about you understanding what is true than it is anything else. Because whatever you're going to do, if you're going to try and be trader, investor, scalper, short term, long term, doesn't really matter. You want to know, and since you found Rob's stuff, you probably already seen most of this stuff, but you want to know what are the truths, just because they're relatively simple, and then you can apply it however you want. So it's more like, what do you want to do? Like, are you trying to be intraday trader? Are you trying to be long term, short term? What do you do? And then I can show you a little bit about how you might want to apply that. Like, most of the stuff you're going to see by us is kind of like what we're showing you with these dailies. Timing daily, weekly signals is most of what we do. We also do like monthly, we have our monthly macro videos. Like whenever we say there's monthly signals, it's stuff we talked about beginning of the month. It's like MasterCard. This is stuff we talked about last month and the beginning of this month. So when we're pointing that out, what we're saying is this daily signal gets us into that. So if we are a swing trader or investor or whatever we're trying to do, we could be the 2-2 guy in here investing into that monthly if we want to be that. And then we have the 2-2 week for next week as well. So we'll see if that kicks in. But tell me a little bit about what you want to do, and I can just kind of show you what that might look like. And you know what that spike was? That was something with oil. I only trade futures. Yeah, well, if you only trade futures, what you're going to want to know about is broadening formations for sure. You want to understand how those happen. So if we look at the US 500 today, you can see this is what I drew out pre-market. But you can see what the US 500 did. 1 penny below this, and then boom, goes the other way. So maybe we'll take a little bit of time and we'll talk about that. But the gist of what I wanted to do today, I wanted to get those MasterCard, Visa, IBM longs. I'm good now. And you can see we did get that our Dow Jones really kicking in now. So like we said pre-market, we got a lot of Dow Jones names to be focusing on, and I'm pretty happy about the positions I have there. So we can spend a little bit of time just talking education stuff. But to give you the quick rundown of what we see, where would it be? So we're now on we're just coming to the end of the 60s here. So we can see we're at the end of that second 60 of the day, but we still have all these magnitudes. So we look at Dow Jones, like we said this morning. If we're above that, we got this huge broadening formation to come back through. So Dow Jones, we're trying to go way up there, 528. We got time. The only thing we have to be aware of is the week is red, the month is red. So each 60 matters in here. And this is a 3, so that's a broadening formation. If we go to IWM, you can see they did similar stuff. So 3, 3, tick down, comes back up, 3 in a row they got. But they are 2-2-day IWM, so you got the broadening formation here as well. And then Qs is going to be weaker, setting up some hammer 60s in about 3 minutes. And then SPY, 2 up, 2 up. They did take the day up. So when we go and just take a peek at what we know is going on today, we're going to have a lot more 2s up now that are in force. Dow Jones, financials, healthcare's leading. Utilities, industrials, home builders, staples. So a lot more boring stuff. But yeah, like a lot of 2s in force today. And that's good. That lasts all day if we can stay up there. And that means, some of those financials or some of those healthcares from yesterday probably kicked in a little bit just recently. Not much. Probably LLY and whatnot kicking in. Oh, who's doing it though? Yeah, they didn't really go after him. So we'll have healthcare is inside 60 for the next, what, in a minute, we'll have that inside bar. Yeah, so EMAs are fibs? No, because EMAs don't work. And it's because it's an oxymoron. And if you don't, I sucked at English class, so we can go in here. But what is an oxymoron? So an oxymoron is a phrase that combines two words with the opposite or contradictory meanings. It's like deafening silence, bittersweet. So it's like how deafening silence. What does that mean? It's like, well, is it really deafening? No. It might be quiet, right? But it's not deafening. So when you say lagging indicator, that's what an EMA is. So a lagging indicator, what does lagging mean? Lagging means it's late. It's like if you take a step forward, then I see that and I take a step forward. I'm just copying what you're doing and I'm doing it late. That'd be lagging. And then indicator means it's indicating something. So the analogy would be, if I'm walking down a street and you're behind me and you're following me, and I go left, and then you follow me left, and then I go right, and you follow me right, and we do this a few times, and then I stop and I turn around and I say, hey, where am I going next? You'd say, I have no idea. I've just been following you. That's what an EMA is, right? It's just following what's happening. So when people say, it's above the 200 SMA or this or that, what they're really looking at, and not distance oscillator, but if we go in here, gosh, there's so much crap in TradingView. By the way, mind the flip. We can see 4 examples. So this is the 200 SMA on the weekly. So people will say, well, above that it's bullish, below it it's bearish, right? If we go to the daily, that's exactly what they'll say. And this is not the 200 is the blue one, so you can see it here. But the thing is the market topped out in 2025 well above that. So is it bullish if it's above that? Technically, no. So there's something else going on. It's not the EMAs and SMAs that are doing that. And you can also see this bottom occurred, 487. It occurred well below the 200, right? This is 17% below that. That's when it bottomed. So if it's bullish up here and bearish down here, that doesn't work, right? It's not going to work for you, which is an issue. So when you're thinking about EMAs and SMAs, they don't really follow it. It depends on the length of time you have on it, and it depends on the time frame you're using. But the problem will be, and by the way, SPY, they're still holding their 60 open, so short-term exhaustion risk here, but they're 2-2-day up. So SPY, they're holding that. They finally got some twos going. Qs is closer to firming back up on the 2-2-60s. Dow is still holding that as well. IWM still holding that as well. So all these are closer to continuing, confirming their daily reversals. IWM, Dow Jones, and SPY. A little bit of profit taking, IBM, MasterCard, Visa on the flip. Yeah, so Fibonacci, there's an analogy for that too. So what you can think is, if Fibonacci is true, what it's trying to say is, well, price is governed by mathematics, right? And if price is governed by math, just like everything else in the universe, when it comes to like gravity and whatnot, like you got to think, if we work at NASA, we can send a rocket from the face of the Earth to the moon and land it, in like a 10-foot circle, and we can do that from hundreds of thousands of miles away. How can we do that? Because the math is precise, right? Now, the thing with Fibonacci is it's not even close. So depending on how you anchor your fibs, everyone's got different rules, which makes it 100% subjective to the analyst. So that's a problem. But the other issue is it's not exact, because people say, this is, so they'll see a move that goes higher, and let's just find one that worked. We'll be kind about it, right? Let's go to the futures, right? Let's just say we're looking at a 1 minute for the sake of our example here. So what people will do is they'll say like, well, I'm going to anchor it from this low. I'm going to anchor it to this high, like so. And then, maybe there's a 50% level in here. They'll say that is my support level because it's the 50%. It's like, well, why did you choose this high and low? That's the first question. The second is, if the 50% level is 7421 and it goes a couple points below it and then it goes up, then your level didn't actually hold as support. Your level was taken out and then it was reclaimed. So it has to be precise, because if it's truly math, you would be able to land a rocket on the moon from hundreds of thousands of miles away in a 10-foot circle. But since it's not going to be precise, which means it's probably not mathematics. And then your question is, what's the actual answer? Well, price is an aggregation, which means whenever you look at a chart, so if we just blow this up, when we're looking at this hour, what we're actually looking at is a group of traders, and we're looking at their orders. So what did they do? Well, they opened, someone sold, then it came back, it went green, then someone bought, and then they closed here. So if we think of it in those terms, this is just orders and transactions going through. So what we can think, right? In here, when this is green, the buyers are more aggressive, because the only way this goes from 739 and then it closes $3 higher, the only way that happens is if the buyers are willing to pay a higher price. And then the same thing here, when this is red, the only way that's red is if the sellers are willing to sell at a lower price. So the sellers right now, on the 60-minute, right now they're more aggressive than the buyers, as far as we know. Now it's a consolidation, but right now it's more aggressive on the sell side. So why does that matter? That matters because it's not just a 60-minute. The daily group of traders, what are they doing today? Well, if the day is green, the buyers are more aggressive. So boom, right? They go up. Anytime that was green, the buyers had to be more aggressive. And the greener it gets, the more aggressive they are. And if we go to this week, right? Since we're coming into a Friday, it's like pretty much nothing's happening here. Oops. Sorry, this is the week. See, right? Pretty much nothing's happening. They did sell it down, but it didn't stay there. It starts coming back in. So the sellers are more aggressive this week. They're also more aggressive this month, albeit very slightly. So the open lets you measure the level of aggression, and each bar is a group of traders. So like this is the monthly group. Anyone that bought, traded, added to, created, removed a position this month, they're all in here. Anyone that traded this week, they're in here. Anyone that traded today, they're in here. And then anyone trading right now, they're in here. So by price and time, what you're doing is you're separating the orders into different groups, and you're separating the traders into different groups. And the reason you would want to do that is because when all the groups do the same thing, that's when everything moves really big. So if we look in here, what you would see, if we look at the three truths, so when all the groups agree on direction, right? The month is green, the week's green, the day is green, the 60 is green. What's that telling you? It's telling you they're buying this month, they're buying this week, they're buying today, they're buying right now. Why is that a good thing to know? That's a good thing to know because you have control. Price must be going up. Across every time frame, it's confirmed price is going up. The other thing that's true, if we dive into this, is price has to trade in the direction of the most time frames, going up or down. So by the color, we can see what's happening. It's like today and right now, what are they doing? They're selling. This week, they're buying very slightly, but today and right now, they're selling. So it's called override. The day in 60, they must be going down today and right now. Then you can see the second 60 opens, the 60 is still red. So right now, the new 60 opens, they're still selling today and right now. Then it changes the week. So notice, we got 3 time frames going down, 1 going up. Price has to be going down this week, today, right now. And then you'll see, notice, right when the new 60 opens, right now, they're buying. So although they're selling this week and today, right now, they're not selling. Every 60 matters, because when that happens, you'll see there's profit taking of that. Then the week goes barely green. The day is still red, so today they're still selling. Right now, they're not yet. But then watch. The second the 60 goes red, right now they're selling. Today they're selling. Then the week goes back to red. This week they're selling. So now that's a big issue, right? And then wham, everyone gets destroyed. So you can see how that happens. And that's important to know because you can see exactly what those participants are doing. And the important part of that is it's not just traders, right? I think it's somewhere in here. It's not just traders. Like right now, it's not just traders trading SPY. There's someone else in there trading SPY today, and right now they're buying, right? It's changed back to green. Who is it? It's an algorithm. And the thing with algorithms is 70 to 75% of US equity volume is traded by programs, by algorithms. And a program can't improvise, right? Someone has to give the program instructions. That's the whole edge. These instructions they give them, they're infinite. They're happening all the time. And the chart shows you exactly what the instructions were. So the 4 things an algorithm has to be told is what symbol to trade, right? Let's just say Tesla. Buy or sell. Let's just say buy. How? Take the offer, which is an aggressive form of buying. And then when to do it now. This month, this week, today, right now. So when all the 4 opens align, you have every algorithm in your favor, every participant in your favor. And they're aggressive going in that same direction. So all 4 at once, we call it continuity up, and it picks up on those instructions. So like today, when that day is green, what you're picking up on is today they told their algorithms to buy because 75% of trading is done by those algorithms. When this 60 is green, they're buying. When this 60 is green here, they're still buying. So what we want to do is ideally, and you can see, right, Visa, they're buying in here. They're buying this month. Right now, there's some profit taking, but it's not changing the day yet, so it's just profit taking. MasterCard, some slight profit taking too. You'll see technologies. So what did they do tech? What did they tell them in tech just now? They're buying now. Barely, right? They're barely buying today, but they're buying today. They're buying this week. Now, that's not the only thing that matters, but that's, an important thing to understand. So what we want to do, if we can, is we want to align that buying into losers, right? Because the way you speed things up is you go through people's stops and it speeds stuff up. So when we look at SPY today, we can see obviously this is really tricky in here. We prefer not to trade when we're inside of the range just because it's getting stuck in the middle. And that's why there's a choppy mess in the morning until it finally got out of there. But once it starts getting out of there, what you're doing is anyone that thought this market was going down, they're like, oh, well, we're below my 50 SMA and, or the VWAP or whatever they're doing. Anyone who thinks this is going down, they put their stops against this, against this, against this, supply and demand guys, right? Whoever it is, if they think it's going down, they're putting their stops against this. So when you pair that daily buyer with their stop losses, it should speed up. So that's what we look for. And that's why things like IBM, right? This is why we'd look for something like IBM. You have all these lower highs, and traders were told to put their stops against those things. You also have losers, right? Anyone that sold in here and here and here and here. When this goes back up, those guys have to start getting out. So if we can pair that ideally with, every time frame in alignment, that's a really good thing to have. Now in this case, it's only the week, it's only the day, but it's Friday, so we can do that. We can force them to take profit. But you can see the big move. If you look at IBM here, the big move was they made a lower low here, and then this goes green above 235. This is that monthly open. And you'll see anytime the week is green here or here, it's going up that week. And then if we zoom it out, you'll see anytime the day is green, they're going up that day. So if they're going up this month and this week and today, right, that's something you'd look for. So you can see they buy on Wednesday, then they come back to buy Thursday. Friday, gap it up and they take some profit. Then they sell some more Tuesday. And then here, they buy it Wednesday. Notice when this happens, if we just mark that level out, this is right here at the weekly open. It's above that monthly open here. So when that kicks in, you have the monthly, the weekly, the daily guys all buying here, here, here. Then they gap it up, a little bit of profit taking, and then here. And then you can see once it hits the new all-time highs here, that was it. They're done buying. Brings them back in. So this is continuity, and it allows you to pick up on that. But you can't just use that by itself, because the third truth is broadening formations exist. So when we look at the three scenarios, one of the three things that can happen, right? You can go 1, or you can go 2, or you can go 3. That's it. So I see your question. Just give me 1 sec. So since the 3 exist, notice price makes new highs, then it makes new lows. What that shows you is price discovery, the way new prices are discovered, occurs as a broadening formation. Because the last thing price can do is go 3. So if we look in here, you'll see higher highs, lower lows, higher highs. It becomes a 2 on the month. Then it rejects, boom, there's your 3. So you can see it repeats, new high, new low, new high, new low, new high, new low. And then it actually ended up coming all the way back. So because of that, we have to make sure we know that happens. And the reason it happens, we go and dive into that one. It happens because of crowded trades. Once everyone's long, everyone's got to get out. And then once everyone's short, everyone has to start getting out of that as well. So when you have crowded positions and you go into new highs and start coming back, you force people to get out. So, just as an example, if we're looking at SPY today, we said pre-market, we said SPY is at daily exhaustion risk or broadening formation risk, because notice they're at the lows. So anyone recently that's winning, they're short. So when this day is green, what's happening is you're taking these guys who sold yesterday and anyone that sold recently, and you're having price go against them. So they're going to start going in and buying in that direction, because if everyone's short down here, they're going to start getting out. And this is very important, because what it shows you is that the best and worst looking charts are 1 bar apart. So if we look in here, most people would say, well, it's up at the highs. This looks pretty good, right? It looks like it's going to break out. But then the following bar reverses, and now it looks like a broadening formation. It's going the other way. So you can see breaking out and rejecting, it's just separated by 1 bar. So you have to know that, because this applies to everything. Where, you can look in here, right? It gaps up. Oh, this looks pretty good. But then when it reverses here, now it doesn't look so good. And then all of a sudden, wham, everyone's got to get out of that. And this is going to be happening constantly. So if we just, go and look at the examples from today, there's a million of them in here, and we're not suggesting to trade this, but you can see how price, right, goes to the lows, then it goes the other way. It didn't quite make the highs, but then everyone's long in here, goes the other way, makes the lows, then it goes the other way. Didn't quite get to the highs. They're all long in here, it reverses, and you can see it's like they go up, then they go down, then they go up, then they go down. And this broadening formation will get bigger. They go lower lows, higher highs, lower lows, and then right here comes back in, wham. And this is how we gauge magnitude, which we'll take a second, we'll look at that. But for the time being, what we can do is we can show you on SPY. So right now, it is 2-2-day up, right? That's true. But broadening formations exist as well. So we want to see them stay up there. Right now, they're still sitting here, not doing much, so that's okay. But you can see how that recent high gets taken out, and then that was it. They just slow down, they stop. So is it not taught the higher time frames determine the lower time frame? Nope. Now, the way it works is the higher time frame eventually will win. Because, like, if we look in here on the month, right? This month, it started as like a doji, and then it got nice and green. So if we were to look at that, what you'd see, right, on the month. So initially it goes up, then it goes down, Then it comes back up. So this is that broadening formation, the new high, the new low, and then they start going the other way. Then you'll see they got stuck in the middle, but then they make the slight higher high up in here. So there's your broadening formation. And if you can't see it already, it's this. Right, so to start the month, this is what happened. Now, who's controlling price? It's the intraday guys, right? The 60 guys here, here, and then they consolidate. Then they come in and buy more here. So the 60-minute always has control of what's happening right now. So it's not the higher time frame that has control. It's the 60-minute. And that control always either confirms what the big time frames are doing or it's trying to change what the big time frames are doing. So like right now, we can see it's slightly green on the month. That's good. Now watch. Boom, month gets greener. So what happened? The monthly guy, right? The monthly guy's in here and they're buying. The 60 guys, there's some brief selling, right? Here and here, 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 here. But the month was green. So that monthly guy eventually is going to win because they're the bigger group. They have more to buy. A 60 guy lasts 60 minutes. This guy, he lasts all month. So now that it's bright green, it's like they're winning. So if you look in here, you can see what happened. You have the weekly broadening formation to make lower lows here. Then it starts going back up with the month green, the week green, right? Since that's true, this month and this week, they're buying. And anytime that stays true, they're still buying. So you can see intraday on the 60 when those buyers actually start taking the offer. So you can see they're buying it all up in here. And then boom, there's your broadening formation. It completes. So the bigger guy, they always win. But at the beginning of the time frame, it will go back and forth a little bit, stopping people out until it actually goes. So you can think the smaller time frames always have control. Like if we're going to reverse right now, it would be the 60. It would not be the monthly reversing. It'd be the 60. So he always has control here, but the bigger time frames eventually win. This chart makes indicators work. Yeah. The thing is you would never want to use the indicator as a like you don't want to use it as an entry signal. You can use it as like trailing your stop signal, pretty much. Because anything that lags price allows you to trail price and trail the stop. It's like the SAR and all that fun stuff. But you can see, so those algorithms, right? They're buying this month and today on MasterCard. They bought the first hour, came back the second hour. The third hour, they turned them off. So you can see that's why we said right on the flip, we're like mind the flip. And then we say profit taking MasterCard. Because you can see when they turn them on and when they turn them off according to time and price. There's still a lot of nothing going on right now, so there's still not too much to really discuss. You got some really small broadening formations restarting at high day on SPY, so how are we going to get out of these puppies, these tiny ones? Bank of America Tuesday with the hammer on the EMA. Yeah, but the reason Tuesday. Yeah, but the reason it happens has nothing to do with the EMA. There might be some strategies and whatnot using the EMA, but the reason Tuesday even sets up the hammer is because it goes 2. Then it reclaims that, and anyone short in here, they got to cover when that starts reclaiming coming through here. Then the same thing, right? This goes 2 down, stopping these guys out. Notice they're still buying this month. So the fact that it was 2 down Tuesday is just profit taking. Guess less. So when it reclaims, you have that monthly buyer, wham, takes them out. Then it goes 2 here. The month is still green. The week is still not going down. So when that ticks back up, it's the same thing. So what you want to think is those EMAs and SMAs, they're just lagging indicators versus when you use the monthly open, it's not lagging at all. It's showing you exactly what's happening. Because you wouldn't have to guess. If you look at Bank of America, it's going down, going down, going down. You wouldn't have to guess that it's going up here. 49.78. Anytime that month is green, you know it's going up that month. Then right when the new month opens, it goes red. When that happens and that month goes red, the EMAs and SMAs, they're still well below all the prices. So if we go in here, just to show you. I'm not sure what you're using, right? But This is a double exponential. But so like, look at this, right? If we mark out that monthly open here, see how the month is red here? That's above your EMA. So the month being red was bearish. Anytime below this, well, it was still above the EMA. Which is why we don't need the EMA. We just use the time frame continuity because it's more accurate. Because if it's going down this month, it will be red. Yeah. Well, it's better. It's better to know why would it work via the strats truths versus just like people will blindly just be like, oh, it hit my EMA, now I'm gonna do like X, Y, or Z. It's like, well, that's not exactly gonna work, because the reason the strat works is when you start blowing back through the range, you're taking everyone's EMAs, SMAs, Fibonacci numbers, you're taking all of those out. Like if we go to Lockheed Martin, it did not matter what EMAs or SMAs you had. When that ticks down and starts coming back, and then earnings comes out, it's going to blow everyone out. Doesn't matter. The same thing up in here. When that goes up, and you'll see this, it goes 3, 2, 2. When this breaks down, it does not matter what support levels or anything you have in here. It's going to wipe all those guys out. Pivot ribbon. Yeah, it's all the same stuff. Just all the same stuffs. I keep getting ads. Yeah, I turned them down. I don't know, because I had someone say the other day, oops. I had someone say the other day that they're like crazy. I didn't mean the whoa. You turn them down or off and they still pop up. Yeah, well, I might as well leave them on then, so I get some of that. It's freaking YouTube, they're scammy. The volume's low. Sorry about that. I just turned it back up, so. I appreciate that. Much better. Sorry about that, guys. I want spy put so bad. Yeah, well, you now you're gonna have to time a bigger signal because you have to negate that daily. So you need the 60 or something. I want to go back up. We want to go broadening formation, all this stuff. Ideally. Now, are we gonna have enough time today to finish all that out? Not sure. If you're gonna get puke, you can see like the Dow Jones, the 32260 in there. Maybe that would kick in. Still pretty green on the day. If you go to IWM, you got the 333. So is this definitely a broadening formation? Yeah, for sure. Right? It did it 3 times. 3 goes up, then down, then down, then up, then up. Right? Maybe again. Semis off the 60s, they are starting to kick in a little bit here with about a half hour left to go. So they're coming back through all this. But you can see, right? So this goes hammer at the bottom of the broadening formation. So when that kicks in, anyone that's shorting the semis, they've got to do something. Either you got to cover, you've got to reduce, or you got to do something. Unless you're short from way up here. But we'll see if they're strong enough to make anything happen there. They're still really stuck in there. Tech, see, they're doing the same stuff, 32260. So they're trying to come back through all these guys. Yeah, so what we'd say right now is you have simultaneous 2260 Qs, semis, and tech back through a previous range of traders. So if you were executing, you would buy the 60 and you'd wait until it reverses. Ideally with longer dated options instead of 0 DTE because they're slow. But yeah, we'll talk about broadening formations, sure. So broadening formations, the first thing is the truth of the broadening formation is not that you need to draw them, right? Drawing the triangle, if you go in here, this is how you do it, which we'll look at in a second. But the truth is just knowing it happens. So look at this. Knowing that a 2, right? oh my gosh, it's my inside signal up. This is the best looking chart in the whole world. I have so much conviction. I think blah, 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 right? If that stays 2, good. But the second it starts coming back in, you have to know where it's going. Where's it going? It's trying to go outside bar to take this out. That's exactly what it's trying to do. Now, when it changes the open, that's when it starts kicking in right here. Because now anyone that bought in here, loser. They got to start selling. So the truth is just knowing 2s go 3. And then once it's a 3, it might do that again, right? And go all the way back up. So this is the proof broadening formations exist. Because once a 3, always a 3. Can't change. So unlike normal charting patterns, like head and shoulders, cup and handle, etc., where you have a failed version, there is no failed version of a broadening formation. It's either a 3 or it's not. So like when we go to real estates here on the month, slight higher high, slight lower low. That's a broadening formation the second this gets taken out. It can't not be. And same thing last month. You had the lower low in here, you had the higher high in here. And the reason that matters is because you can see last month, you just draw it out. If we're going to decide to trade it because of the broadening formation, we can do that. You can see this is what it looks like on the daily. So look at it. Goes down, up, down, up, down, up, right? Which means short it down, flip it long, buy it up, short it back down, flip it long, buy it back up. Then they did try and come back in, right? This would have stopped you out. Didn't work. Goes back up, inside bar, trying to short it back down. You see it's about 80% of the range here. So it didn't quite take this out. And then they go 2-2 back up. And now it starts restarting, so it gets stuck in the middle. This is not what we want to trade. You see how this is all right in the middle here? We could have been trying to go up for it in here, right? 2-2 up. And then it goes 2 up in red, starts coming back in. Slight 2 down, slight 2 up. This is the issue. When you're stuck below this high and above these lows, this is restarting the broadening formation. So it gets really small. So what we want to be aware of is that this happens, right? It gets bigger. It goes high, low, high, fails to make the new low, fails to make the new high, stuck in the middle, goes up a little, down a little, up a little, down a little, up a little, down a little, gets bigger, up a little more, and then finally takes them out. So knowing that this happens, what you will see is it will get really tight like this. Like in here, this is an outside day right here. Then it goes up a penny, then down a little, then up a little, then down a little, then up a little, down a little. And it's going to repeat. And it's going to be everywhere. You see it everywhere. So it's not about drawing them. It's about knowing they happen. And what I mean by that is this. If we're looking at SPY pre-market, we have to know that broadening formations happen. So we know what happens if we go reversal on the day here. Because we can see it, right? It goes higher highs, lower lows in here to all this stuff. So if it goes reversal, where's it going? It's trying to go way back to 756. We have to know that that's happening. Because if we're short and we're like, oh, I'm just going to put my stop in here and like, oh, you know, I think this is just going to be profit taking or whatnot. You can say that, but you have to know it's coming in against you. Because if you're short and you have a stop up in here at 752 or whatever, you want to know when that starts, it has a magnitude to go above your entry. Now, in similar fashion, we're doing this across 4 time frames. So it's not only here on the daily, but you will see once we took out the highs here, notice if we look left, we got nothing nearby to take out. So what's going to happen is it slows price down. When you go through a range of traders, it'll speed up. So in here, when it's taking these pivots out, it's speeding things up in the morning. But once it takes that out, things just slow down a bit because we have no one to take out. Now, as far as how you'd want to apply it, when you're trying to draw them, we want to think in terms of threes and compound threes. This is going to make it really clear for you. So since we know in order to have a 3, it has to go 2 first, then it has to reclaim, coming back below, then it becomes an outside bar. Since we know that happens, the other thing we know is what we would call a compound 3, which we already looked at a little bit on that 2-2 reversal. But since when this ticks down, right, and it starts coming back, we already know it's trying to go up there because we know 3s exist. But if it runs out of time, you just come back to the next bar, and then we look. If that bar is green, it's still happening. It's still going up there when this is green. Then once it hits the target, it's a compound outside bar. Multiple bars to go outside bar. So then when we look at something like SPY, you will be able to see, I'm going to go to SPX. This is where we saw it in here. But you'll be able to see the threes, and you'll be able to see the compound threes, and you'll be able to see where they're happening. So if we look in here, all of these bars were an outside bar here to all these bars on the left. Why? Well, let's just go to like a 2 hour. Can you see it a little clearer here? So it goes 2 up, starts coming back. Where's it going? Down there. Take this stuff out. Then it does. These bars become that compound 3. And if it's not clear enough, here's a 4 hour, right? Goes up, comes back in. Where's it going? Down there. Takes them out. Then once it does that, we don't know. Then it reverses up, 2 down, 2 up. Where's it going? 1 penny above that. And then it does that, and we don't know. Then it goes inside. They gap down, but then they went green here. When that's green, where's it going? It's trying to go make the higher high above this stuff. And then it does that, and then I don't know. Now, if we look at that, what you'll see is it went outside, and then up, and 2 up, 2 up, but then it started coming back in. What's it coming into? It's coming back into this 3 right here. It's also coming back into that compound 3 on the 4 hour basis. This one. So when it comes back below this, 7519, where's it going? It's trying to go to this, 7485, which it does on a gap. And then you can see once it's down here, then we don't know. Because it completed the broadening formation. If we draw this right to left, you can see the lower lows here, the higher highs here. Once it's down here, we don't know. So then today, now we have that 2-2 day. Notice it's 2 on the 60. This is still following through, so where's it trying to go? Well, it's trying to go compound 3 there, 7525. How much evidence do we have of that? Right now and today, it's going up, 60-minute and today. How much evidence do we have across the market? Dow Jones is going up too. IWM is technically a 2 up as well. However, it's conflicted here on the 60. And then if we look at those tech and semis, we have the 60 kicking in. So like right now, it's not everything, but most things are firming up right now. So we have the market, trying to, just a bit slower. You want to be a millionaire from trading. Yeah. So the compound 3, that's how you're going to see this happening, right? And that's also how you're going to time this properly. Because then when you look at Qs, right, if you're looking at this, this goes 60 reversal. You can say, well, all right, I see that 3 happening on the day to here. So I know if that works, that's where it's going. It's going up there. And then you also know if it runs out of time, you just created something for tomorrow. Because if it goes 2-2 on Friday, or actually Monday, sorry, that's still the target. And if you zoom out a bit, you could see the bigger broadening formation. It goes high, new low, right here. So you'd be trying to take that out. But that's only, it's only 22 minutes left here. Yeah, good. IBM inside 30 ad. Nice. Get boy. So you can see then the way you'd want to apply this if you're going to apply it. If we take IBM today. So we want to understand reversals. This 2-2 reversal, we know the compound 3 is there. So we always want to think, where is it going? And then when it gets there, what's it going to do? This is going to cause the pivot machine gun. So that's why it's on our list today. But then you want to know, how long does that last? It lasts 3 hours and 52 minutes. The reason most traders don't, enter and then get more and then get more, or they enter and then it hits their target and they get out right away, it's because they don't know how long things last. It's like, we know we technically have all day for this thing. So if we're in here, When it's red on the 15 minute, this is profit taking against that. As long as the day is green, it's profit taking. So it goes lower low, and then you get in. That was the 5 minute. And then in here, it goes lower low, inside bar, and then right there, boom. It's that buyer in here that's in the Dow Jones, also in IBM still. So if we go to MasterCard, we still have the rest of the day if that's going to kick in. So if we look in here, 3, 2 down, 1. So we'd look for a 2 down, 1, 2 up, ideally, to go back through this. And maybe it's a rev strat on the 5 minute. It goes 1, 2, 2. Back through all this stuff. So you'd have pivot machine gun with the daily and the monthly. Strat similar to ICT? No. I mean, so ICT uses some of the universal truths, but the successful ICT traders are just using the strat concepts pretty much, if you can think of it that way. At least for the most part. Because what ICT teaches is he'll teach like liquidity concepts, and he'll say, well, above these highs and below these lows, there's liquidity. And when you sweep liquidity and come back in, you form a fair value gap or a breaker block or a change in the state of delivery or blah, 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 blah. Then, then price is going to go the other way and et cetera, et cetera. And there's just a ton of concepts. But what you have to realize is reality is Trinitarian, if you can think of it this way. There is, for example, height, width, and length, right? That's 3. So in space, like in life, you have height, length, and width. Like that's how you measure something. You also have three states of matter: solid, liquid, gas, right? And if you're a religious person, a common, one of them would be like spirit, soul, body, like 3 in 1. So when you think of like the laws, there's also, what is it? There's a million examples of this, but when we're looking at price, there's 3 scenarios, 1, 2, 3. So it aligns with all the other kind of truths that we can see in reality in that way. And it's also proven. It's like there's only 3 things that happen: inside bar, scenario 2, scenario 3. So if that's true, you want to know how that's working. Like what are they doing? Because if there's only 3 things that can happen, there's only 3 things that can happen. Anyone that's like, oh, here's like the 17 patterns, it's like, well, technically there's only 3. So whatever 17 patterns you have, it's a variation of the 3 that we already know. So if we look at any concept, it could be any of them. It's always a variation of something that is within the strat. If we go to Qs, you can see Qs 3, then it goes down right here, the broadening formation, then goes wham, right back up through and completes again. So here's that little short-term one. By the way, financials did hit their magnitudes on the day if you're trading off the rev strats there. XLF hit its magnitude. So you got the profit taking. Boom, all done on MU. We had a nice little 15er move in there. Man, this stuff's just tight though. Tight, tight, tight. That being said, so I don't think I'm gonna be sticking around all day today, but for the rest of the day, your question will be: since you have the SPY 2-2 reversal, right? Since we also have that Dow Jones 2-2 day reversal, can we reconfirm that? Or are we going to negate that? And what I mean by that is everything confirms or negates. So when we look at Dow Jones, like in the morning, took the day up, but then it went 30s down. So that was negating it, taking out the lows. Once it comes back, now it's a broadening formation like the one we pointed out on that 5-minute right here. Triangle they out. Then it goes inside up, and then 2, 2, 2, and then you can see gap down 3. Takes out everyone. So the 30s went 2 up, 2 up, 2 down, which was negating it, and then 2 up, which went back to confirming the day, and that daily buyer just blew out all the shorts. So what we'd want to see is, can we get like a 2 down, 2 up 30 again, maybe an inside 30? Because, we know we still have all this stuff that we can come back through here, but we need corrective activity. We need to stop guys out. So like if we look at SPY, what we'd want to see, if we're going to get that 2-2 day going, we'd want to see some triangle out, corrective activity, go like this. Such that we'd be able to try and time that to get it going again. Have I ever done a video walkthrough? No, I have not. Yeah, well, I technically have 4. Or FTFC down. Rob's setup was insane. Yeah. Well, he was more like he was set up to definitely do like air traffic control on everything. That's pretty wild. Yeah, I think he had 20. It was either 18 or 20. But yeah, like he had a ton. Is Apple done? Well, no, still not at all-time highs. You got this to take out. As long as there's still guys short, you can still go for it. You can see this has 3 hours and 43 minutes still left on it. They start buying on the rev strat, and they're just still getting after it. So you can take this 2-2-2-5er, right, to try and cause that if you're gonna. The only thing you want to be aware of is it's inside week. So if they don't take that out, you'll have that signal for next week. Apple PMG. True. But you need a signal, right? You need 312 Chicago down or something, or right? You need a 60 down. You need something to change that if you're going to PMG these guys, and you're nowhere near doing it. That whole time from continuity up almost. Taking an EMF bath. He just doesn't want to ever have to change a chart. Yeah. I am 23 going on 24 in, gosh, just a couple months now. But the 3 laws, I would say they're more discovered than created, because it's everything comes from the fact that there's 3 scenarios. So when we're looking at anything we talk about, all of it comes back to this. You can either consolidate, going back and forth, go trend, or go outside. That's it. There's nothing else under the sun that happens. So every move falls into that category. And then all the truths are built on the 2s and 3s in this case for continuity. And the truth 3 is just the outside bar. So all of it is just the fact that there's 3 scenarios and studying what those actually mean. Dow Jones, you can see their Rev Stratton still going to the highs. Good. Gosh, I was just thinking about what she said. He said he just didn't want to ever have to change a chart. Isn't that so funny? Gosh, I hate flipping through these charts so much. Get me 50 monitors. Get me a desk that's 60 feet long. He's funny. Funny guy. Tesla, disgusting. Yeah, look at that. Oof. You went mother bar issues, mother bar issues, mother bar issues. Just no go. And that's part of the problem when you get those mother bar issues, especially you're already at the lows. Everyone's been selling the past couple days. Everyone's already short, so it ticks up a little bit, then they sell it, and that's it. Then it goes stuck in the middle again. They're gonna restart. No go, no fun. Got about 10 minutes to the new 60 flip. We'll see what's setting up. So on the previous 60, you can see their financials, Utes, some technologies, and they're still selling. Oh, this is the day. It's loading in. There it is. And this is actually the daily theme showing, so we're not going to see it here. But you see they're buying some semis, some of those Bitcoin / data center stuff, robotics, all the stuff they're selling off this morning. And you can see they reverse the whole sector. So we call that simultaneous break, where what you're going to see is every single one went reversal. Now they're all still a lot of inside weeks, but that means all the semis, they sold them down, they're now buying them up. So we want to see if they're going to keep buying those, because you got pretty much everything doing that. And you go to the data centers, you're going to see similar stuff. So if we go in here, you can see data centers, they sold them off in the morning, and then reversal, 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 right? They're reversing all of them. So what that shows you is those algorithms, they were told to buy the data centers and buy the semis, and to do it on the 3rd hour of the day. So we want to see, do they actually follow through with that? Are they going to keep doing that? So they're all going to be continuation. But that would be like your Qs and your SPY and stuff, trying to get your outside day Qs. And let's go take a peek at the setup. So I got my other scanner here. Yeah, have a good rest of your day. Peace. MU. It's getting a little tight in there. If you're going for this big one up in here, that's daily one, I could see that. All right, come back through here. But you can see this mother bar 60 problem. This triangle's getting a little tighter. That's not what we're looking for. So if they're going to weaken up, Palantir, you might have that double inside 60. They took the week down already. Now they are at daily, short-term exhaustion risk. So technically we prefer to go back through to the upside through these guys. Back through this on the day. But let's see, Rocket Lab. So you got Space Mobile, Rocket Lab, Inside 60s, Voyager Technologies, VOYG, Inside 60. So it looks like a lot of space stuff going inside, which could just show lack of interest because they're not really doing much this week. But let's see, HIMS. Saw those big threes earlier today. Yeah, look at that. 3, 3, 3, and then 2. Finally, they got out of there. So if you look at the HIMS, Himmy McHimmerson, yes, they've got all these guys. We still got further targets down in here. And I believe you got the 2 going 3 month. Yeah, you got a 2 going 3 month in there. So momentum style, HIMS on the inside 60, they might want to keep selling that one. You got 5 minutes for that to set up. You might have an inside 30 in there as well to cause the 60. So HIMS, that'd be some issues for you. You can look for it. Is there such things as instincts when it comes to price action? Like I've seen that before. I guess, what do you mean? Kind of like what, CBRS, when we were like, oh yeah, watch that one, right? Are you talking like that? Like the way sellers and buyers are more aggressive. I guess I'm still confused by your question. Like, are you saying it's like your instincts? Like when you look at the chart and you're like, oh no, I know what's going to happen here. Yeah. Well, the thing is it's still always going to align with the strat. So it's like if you spend enough time looking at if you spend enough time looking at the charts through the lens of the strat, yeah, that's a better way to put it. Their fluency. Because you can just look at it and be like, oh yeah, go time, baby, right? It's like CBRS earlier this week. It's not really instinctual in the sense that like I can't tell you why. It's more instinctual. Like I look at that and I'm like, oh yeah, that's something we look for. So like, what do we look for? We look for these pivots. We want all these pivots lined up. What else do we look for? Because this is like, it's a quantifiable definition of what a good chart looks like, right? What else do we look for? Well, we look for reversals, right? 2 down, 2 up week. We look for that. What else do we look for? Long green bars, right? So we get long green bars and we're coming back up into these pivots. It's like, oh yeah, sign me up. Because if that goes 2-2 weak, we cause full time frame continuity. We go back through all these guys. It should just explode instantly. And that's what it does. So that would be like you could say instinctual part of it, but it's still more important to know why, like you would be looking at something. Because like, for example, let's just say we have Myrna on our weekend video or something, right? So Myrna goes 2 up the first week, and then it goes red. So we know we would scan for that on the first week of the month, 2-2 reversals to cause outside months. So when that goes reversal, you already know it's trying to go outside bar to that. So instead of trying to rely on some type of instinct, it's more like when we know what a good chart looks like. Is like when would a good chart set up, or what does it look like? It's like another one. This is another PMG one, right? So inside, down, then it comes back. So it's like, that's a good chart because we got all these guys to come take out if that works. That and evidence, yeah. But it's the same stuff. It's always the same thing because the goal is, can you get into a position where if you're right, other people have to do things? And that's all. It always has to be a broadening formation. It can't. Like, we bring it back to this. The end goal of all price discovery, it goes 1, then 2, then 3, and that's the goal. So you can think, it's like if I'm going to Florida, I get on the highway, I start driving, so my goal is to get to Florida. Once I'm there, Going to kick back and relax, right? So it's the same idea. Now, it might repeat over and over and over, but since that's the end goal, we have to think in that way. Because, and this is one thing that I've seen. Don't come, it's so hot. That's what my cousin lives there. She just had a baby. She's like, I hate it here. It's so hot. And you know, since it's so hot, she's a server. So she's like, it's so hot. There's no customers. It sucks here. You walk outside and you're just wet. I hate it. Yeah. Oh gosh. I can just imagine. I'd probably die. Visa, MasterCard, here it is. So like, for example, Visa, MasterCard. If we know threes happen, then we can look here and we can see the three happening, right? It's like we know where it's trying to go. This three, these bars, they're trying to go three and take out all this. So if we went to like a 2-day chart, all right, if we just use our imagination, this is a 2 trying to go 3. So it's trying to go there, 544, 41. It's just a matter of, is it getting there or not? It's not a matter of where it's going. It's, is it going to get there? So if it's trying to go there, then what we need more evidence like today that's going to do that. It's like, okay, well, 3 goes down, starts coming up. It's trying to go back to high day. So if it's trying to go to high day and these guys are short, and it's trying to go there and these guys are short, they're going to have to do something if we're right. So then we would like to time that. So if we can get a reversal, like 2 down, 2 up, we can cause that to cause this to set up next week. So that's how we'd want to think about it. Because nothing works unless you use at least 2 time frames, really. You can trade one time, you can do one time frame analysis, but if it stops moving, you're going to get jammed. If it's still moving, you know, you can do fine, but still kind of I'm just hanging on to some MasterCard and some IBM, and I'm just holding on to them, waiting, letting them get. Mind the flip, new 30s or new 60s open, the 4th hour of the trading day. So this is where we do the strat time report. And since we didn't spend too much time looking at what was going on, you can see if we look at, there's a few different ways to look at this, but in here, this is our evidence as far as what we've got. Buy discretionary, buy airlines, and buy some financials. If we go to the theme page, it looks like it just actually updated. So jets, some tech, some discretionary, and then selling bonds, TLT. So you can see JetBlue is in there. So if we go intraday, JetBlue, they buy. So if we go to JetBlue, it's like, why is that such a big buy today? It's going to be a reversal right there, hammer. And it's going to be coming from a broadening formation. Where? Well, since that hammer sets up, it's coming from this. The lower lows here, the higher highs here. So we know if that kicks in, these guys are all short. So that kicks in, they got to cover. And it goes instantly. And you'll see they buy the first hour, so the algorithms kick on. They turned on yesterday, 12:30 right here on the hammer. But they turned on here. They kept buying. The new day opens. They're still buying. And then right here, flat, right? But they're still green. So hopefully that buyer's still here. So if you go to any of the airlines, you're going to see the same thing. Delta Airlines, 2-2 right there. Boom, just explodes, right? You go to United, right? 2. Notice this. You'll see the broadening formation. The lower lows here. Goes reversal right back through all this. And then you'll see up here, it might have the reversal back down through this. If we go to Alaska Airlines, it was already going up. So they bought it yesterday, came back for more today. They took out all these guys. So you got this broadening formation here. You can kind of see it across the board, right? All the airlines. So that's something we'd want to know about today. If we go to more technologies, you see HPQ, they've been buying after that today. So we want to see, are we coming back through a range? So we look at the month, right? 2 going 3 months. So HPQ is trying to go up there. It's not the biggest mover. You'll see jets. So all the airline stuff. Biotechs a little bit. Let's see, Rost. So Ross, they had this nice 3-2-2 week. So notice here. See how they made the lower low to that? And then they start coming back. 2-2. Where's it going? Compound 3 to this. 2, 2, 2. They almost completed. Some materials. NUE. So you can see it's setting up the inside month. This is an interesting one because you got this yearly reversal up this year. And then you're going to have this inside month for next month potentially. So we can see at the top of the list, there's a discernible theme, in the airlines. Outside of that, it's like, notice how it's kind of lackluster today. If they're really going after stuff, we'd see this plastered with, tons of stuff. And if we go to the theme, you can kind of see it's like jets, and then on the downside, TLT. So we look at some of the losers. OIH, Liberty today. Look at this. They've been 3-2, and they're just done with that one. And you can see on the quarterly, right? 2 up, 2 down. Gives you the compound 3. That's pretty nice stuff. SAP inside 30 hammer. No, RevStrat 30 hammer. Yeah, it's closer to going inside down, so you maybe get the RevStrat to set up. We don't see MasterCard really kicking in on the flip on the new 60. So you can see on Visa, they kicked them in a little bit, and then the new flip, sell. And then what we'd want to see is go down, take these guys out, and then reclaim going back in the direction of the day if we're going to get it. If we go to MasterCard, 3. So they might have to tick down in here. The day is still green, the month's still green. So we'll see if that sets up a 3-2-2 or not. If we go to SPY, you can see right on the flip, this is when it's closer to that 2260. So if they were going to sell them back down, you'd see them go 2 up, 2 down reversal to try and go and take this stuff out down here. If we go to Qs, it's weaker. So Qs would be back into full time frame continuity. And you can see there 3, right? Goes down, comes back up, and then 2-2. So they're trying to come back through this. We are at last month's lows, at last week's lows, so we're aware of that. But maybe go Dow Jones, still inside. IWM still inside. So SPY and Qs go 2s down. IWM and Dow Jones do not, at least to start off. If you look at the futures side of things, we can draw this out like this. You could also technically leave it drawn as support if you wanted to look at it that way. So you could say support's right here. Home builders, let's see. You got XHB, what, 260s down, so after triangling them up, yeah, maybe. See DHI. Yeah, so you can see it in here. They got that monthly seller, they have that weekly seller. Now, maybe that monthly seller is willing to come and sell it again below what, 145.38. What you'd want is whoever's closer to taking out those daily opens in the home builders, which kind of got a lot of distance on most of those. Bruno, yep, HIMS. HIMS is one I'm interested in. Because you got the 3-2, big puker, and you got everyone who wants to buy HIMS because it's such a cheap stock. Everyone's loving HIMS. So if that's below this, 2,922, you might get that to puke back through a lot of these guys. If that seller's still here. So if we look, home builders, you got 10 simultaneous 60s reversals. Notice this, right? So you can see home builders right there going up, going up, going up, and then reversal. Since we know broadening formations exist, whoever's buying in here in the morning, when that reverses, they got to start doing something. Either they got to come back and buy more, or they got to start getting out, right? So when you look in there, all of these guys are reversal in force, and technically you'll have more like Home Depot and whatnot also breaking. But what that shows you is algorithms are told to sell the home builders and do it right here at 11:30. I want to see it re-break. If we got full time frame continuity, we want to stick it to them. Hims is big in peptides, yeah, and like the semaglutide stuff. If the truths are true, why is it not possible to be a millionaire trading them, or may take a decade? Well, it really has to do with your personal execution of them, because you can give anyone a hammer, but are they going to be able to build a house? No, not everyone can build a house, right? So that's just how life is. Like what it sounds like is you just want to be a millionaire, right? Which is not a bad thing. I would say that's perfectly fine. That's a good idea. Now, what I would suggest though is if you want like 100%, you'll become a millionaire. Learn how to do something with your hands. Like that's my honest suggestion. If you want certainty. Come to Florida and be an HVAC technician. Yeah, exactly. But like, if you want certainty and you want to be a millionaire, do something with your hands, get good at it, go into the trades, and you'd have certainty. And once you've done that, maybe you set your own business up and then you go and trade. If you want certainty, because the thing is we're still in a business where it's definitely not the easiest business in the world, right? To trade. Because you'll have good months, bad months, good weeks, bad weeks. Sometimes things are just slow and there's not much going on. Like today, there's some stuff going on. But you got to deal with a lot of different things when it comes to trading, versus if you just get good with your hands, you get good with your hands and you're good at it. Are there people who trade futures? Yeah, tons of them. Yeah, I forgot I wanted to talk with you about the futures. So the thing with futures is they tend to broaden more and consolidate more. Like look at this. We've been consolidating for a whole month, right? And it's probably longer than that, since like the middle of June. It's been going back and forth. So you just want to be aware of that. It's really good if you know the strat, because broadening formations exist, right? But you have to be aware of that. It's like we look at the SPY right now. Inside bar, right at high day, wham, right? Starts bringing them in. So now when we look at that, we say, okay, where's it trying to go? Well, technically, if this starts, kicking in, starts coming back below these guys, we want to go all the way back through, because we know the broadening formation in here, this is true, right? It goes up, then down, then up, then down, then up. If we can get back below that, we want to take them all out. So you want to be aware on futures when it gets really tight. like this morning on the futures, you don't have to trade this one, right? You don't have to touch this anywhere in here at all. You can just let it go up here first and then hit it there, right? So letting it get bigger before trading it, really important, because you're going to see, right? Like look in here, look at this. You're going to get demolished if you're trading in here. And a big part of that is not just looking at a 15-minute or 30 or 60-minute, right? Looking at more than one time frame. Because once it gets big enough, and you got enough losers on the other side, you're good to go. So like we look in here, you'll see the lower low. Maybe you could have traded in here, just still pretty tight. Lower low, and then it starts kicking in through this. And then at that point, you pretty much know they're going to take all these guys out. So there it is. And you can see now that it's nice and big like this, when it reclaims these highs, you're good to go. Takes the other side. Takes a while, but it does it. The most difficult thing is trying to be awake at 6:30 a.m. Yeah, that's 6:30 a.m. That is pretty tough. Luckily for me, it's only I'm normally around like 7 to 7:30 a.m. Normally I try and wake up and have at least an hour before the market starts opening. Hour minimum. But you can see SPY. So 60 reversal. What's SPY doing? Triangle out. See, here's stopping them out. Reversal back in the direction of the broadening formation down here. So you can see that, right? And this is why yesterday's highs, it is reversal, yes. But this reversal on the 60 is also a reversal coming off the highs. Since the 2-2 day up is rejecting, we know threes occur. We'd want to be aware of that. Dow Jones, 322. Where's it trying to go? Bottom of a 3. We'd want to be aware of that. I was able to get IBM $1.37 to $2.80. I'm going to reduce now since we see the market starting to pull back in. What you could say is IBM's still good since I'm 0 DTEing it up, right? I'm more prone to just reducing since I'm not using next week options or shares. And looking at IBM, what I would like to do is move into some different options if we can get a new signal in here. HIM's taking the 60 down. Let's see it. So you can see HIM's below that 60. The monthly, weekly, daily 60 seller, they're in control. So for another 43 minutes, HIM's give us 27.20 or 27.87 if we're below that. That's pretty solid. Those 28.5 puts are like 20 cents. That's pretty good to know about. Okay, but back to the futures. So you just want to be aware of those broadening formations in the futures. They tend to tighten up a lot more often. Outside of that, it really doesn't change what you're doing. A lot of what we suggest to look at is like, if you're going to trade intraday, you want to know those daily signals that you're going to have, especially when you don't have bigger time frame signals. Like if you don't have a weekly signal going, those daily signals and those like 4-hour, 12-hour signals, I like the 12-hour, those become more important just because without a bigger time frame going, it's like every 12 hours you can get new signals. Every day you're going to get new signals. So things will change day to day, hour to hour, just because there's no signals in force here, which you want to be aware of. At this point, all 4 indexes reversal down. So simultaneous breakdown, SPY reversal, trying to go down there, right? Qs, 60 down. Dow Jones, 60 reversal, trying to go down there. IWM, reversal, 322, trying to go down there. So at this point, everything's going down. So HIMS, which is already going down, that should just puke. It should just get demolished. And the reason that is because when you look in here, this is what we call algorithmic selling. Notice they're selling everything, and they're going back and buying some of the energies again. So energies 222 in EOG, 322 in MUR, 322 in SM, which is uraniums. So they're buying some energies, but they're pretty much selling everything else. And I don't know if they're buying bonds. They're buying VIX. They're buying the dollar. They're buying the VIX. Yeah, so that's not good. But you can see discretionary. Look at home builders, right? Let's go here. Look at car. So this is the fill or the trigger level. 6903, puke. All right, IBP, puke. JCI, puke. So all the home builders, they got hit. Industrials, they just broke all of them just now. So we can see right now that is simultaneous break, all of that stuff going down. And the reason that matters is if we go and look at, so if we look at the market, this is just what we track. You can see 60-minute up, we got 45, down, we have 173. So what's the market doing? Down, right? As far as we know. And that's intraday. On the day, you can see it's a little bit more even, right? Some up, some down. And then on the week, you can see a little bit more even. But intraday, most things went down. IBM's getting hit. Geez, it's all like I got a good fill there. MasterCard, you can see 3-2 down, so they're coming back in. We'll see if it sets up later. But for now, they're taking their profit still. If Apple breaks down. Yeah, I mean, so right here, this inside 15, that's what you'd be executing on, right? They buy it up, buy it up, buy it up. Everyone buy. All right, everyone's in. Yep, all right. Right there. That's where you'd want to hit it. Because if that works, then you could take these guys out at least. And maybe 2230 you could add to it if they're really going to bring them in. You might get the 62. But at this point, it's still inside 60. Technically, it's not reversing. It's just profit taken on the 60. But to your points on the futures then, we're always talking about them every day. We're like, SPY's doing this, Q's doing this, IBM doing this. And you want to be willing to trade all four of them, ideally. Because if you look in here, 3, 2, 2 on IWM. So remember in here when we said that's definitely a broadening formation, right? We pointed it out. We're like, definitely. 3, 3, 3. It's like broadening, broadening, broadening. Is that broadening? Yeah, it is. 3 times. So it goes up, reversal. Where's it going? Down there. So if you know that's broadening, you can time that. You can hit a 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute. You can time it up in here. 15 minute, right? 3, 2, 2 right there. If you hit that and that works, then you get all this. And that's the US 2000, right? That's the futures. So same stuff, right? What I would say is what I would say the biggest struggle will be if you're going to trade the strat, just from my personal experiences. Number one, you can get overwhelmed quick if you don't have a universe or you don't have like a plan of what you're trying to do. So, like, for example, if we look at, if we go and look in here, technically, you could trade all three of these sectors and you could trade every single name in those sectors if you wanted to, right? So that's a lot. But then the way you can whittle that down is to focus on a certain setup, focus on, higher time frame signals or the buy and sell lists. And what I mean by that is, so if we go to the month, it's like we have simultaneous breaks that last all month. It's like energies. If we go in here, when we see the whole sector go, You can see like LNG, right? It take last month's highs here. Dino takes last month's highs here. If we look at those, we just blow them up. When that breaks above 74, it's 57, you got all month to go and buy that. It hits 93. So you can find that and be like, all right, I'm just going to buy energies. I'm going to play Dino. I'm going to play LNG and HESM. Or like, you just pick few. Like, I'm just going to trade those. And then the way you trade that is, since you already know it's going up and you got all month to do that, what we can do is we can just go look at LNG Dino, just for example. So you can see, so at the beginning of the month is when this breaks. So this is 7.5. So it breaks last month's highs in here. Then you get this outside day hammer. You can start executing right when this gaps up in here if you'd like to. Then you get a momentum hammer. You can execute there. And then it goes up. It reverses down. If you want to, you can flip it short and see if you can make money on the downside. So it's like you can hit it in here and then flip it. On LNG, it's going to be a little bit trickier just because you can see it was chopping them up a bit. But you see, this is the first day of the month, gaps up. Then it goes inside bar. There's your signal right there. That's where you can execute. And then you'll see the broadening formation here. So they did go momentum hammer, break up. Didn't work. 3. Goes up. Slight lower low in here. And then inside day, you can execute off of that. And it's just a little bit trickier. We don't like these dojis so much. We like long green bars, long red bars. It just makes it easier. But you can break it down to, always starting at a bigger time frame, either using like simultaneous breaks or using the buy and sell list. So if we go in here, if we go on the monthly buy list, these would be the names that are up. You see the most this month. It's all the energies on the monthly buy list. If we go to the yearly buy list, this doesn't change all year. Look at the yearly buy list. This is all energies at the top of the yearly buy list. So it's like, why is that? It's because the yearly buy list we talked about at the beginning of 2026, that lasts for 12 months. So for 12 months, you'll see stuff like MPC, which I'll actually pull it up over here. See this, look at two down in green right here. When that's coming back through, the compound 3 or the 3 would happen here. So versus this year, you got all year above 204. So you can be an investor, right? Inside week here, right there, bang. And then the 222 right there goes to the highs, and that was it. Inside down, slight lower low, 2-2 reversal there, 2, 2, 2, 2. You're still holding at that point. Now you could reduce and say that's coming back in, but you can do this. You just need to use 2 time frames at least, and you need to go on your list. And that's how you'd want to break it down. Now, as far as if you're going to be looking at shorter term signals, it just becomes more important that you still keep looking at these big time frames because you want to know why you're looking at something. For example, like how are you going to, if you're going to be a shorter term trader, ideally what you want to do is you want to time stuff down in here that you can hold at least to the all-time highs. So from 244 to 272. The way you would do that is by first knowing why you're looking at it, the yearly signal. And then when you're going through and you're looking at your yearly signal list, every day, every week, you would be able to see that broadening formation in there on the day. You'd see it up, then down. By the time it's down here, you're like, wow, look at this broadening formation. It's pretty obvious, right? So once it gets nice and obvious, it's only a matter of how can you try and get in, somewhere in here into the yearly, the yearly investor list. And sometimes it can be cleaner. Sometimes it's not going to be as clean. Like we look at these 60s, there's a lot of gaps in here. So it just makes it a little trickier. But that's also why you can break it down into these bigger time frames. It's like 2-2 day here, buy, 2, buy, hold. 2-2 down, right? So stops them out. Maybe it stops you out. And then 2-2 back up, get back in right there. Then you're good. Never comes back. So that's what we're looking for. So if we look at SPY, what do we want to see from this 60 if they're really going to puke? Well, the first thing is it's probably not going to happen in 1 hour, even though that'd be fun if it did. We want to see them stay down, right? If they start reclaiming, then we have this broadening resistance, you could say, yes, but it could break out of that because we still have this 2-up day. And we call that conflicted, where they're selling right now, but they're buying today. So either this seller is going to overpower that daily guy, turn him into a loser, or this seller they only had a little bit to sell, and then they come back in 30 minutes, or maybe there's a signal. So like, for example, they come back, right? Hammer 15, if that ticks up in here, they could go broadening formation, take this out. So we're going to want to mind that in about a minute here. Hims still has the 60 down for 30 minutes, so we'd prefer to see them at least in the Hims. We want to see these guys stay down, ideally. So something like a 3-2-2-5 or something in here, if we could get that. Now, let's just say SPY was going to firm up, right? What would we want to look at? We'd ideally want stuff like MasterCard, right? 2-up day, green. And then you have the lower lows in here with the 15 hammers. So if it works, it would come back through these guys, and we'd still have that all day. Maybe IBM, right? It's not setting up right now, though, so we'll have to see. Still have a half hour. So here's the second half hour of the 60s. See if that seller has more to sell or not. How do you know it's profit taking? So when you're looking at 4 time frames, and this is why we use at least 4. If I actually have this in here. So we call it conflict. Conflict is anytime 1 or 2 time frames are a different color than the others. So when we look at this, right, the month and week can be green, the days are red. So this is conflict where they're selling today and right now, but they're buying this week and this month. So it's conflicted. This is not what we prefer to trade because we want stuff that's all agreeing, going in the same direction. And the reason is, and actually, I'm not sure if this is the correct, I might have to change this. But the reason is because when you have that conflict, what it's showing you is in this case, right? We have this daily seller. Now, when it goes green on the 60, right? The second that 60 is green, now it's coming back through that. So what we want to do is change the open. We don't want it to stay where the 60 is green and the days are at. Because if it were to stay right here, it's like it's not doing anything. It's not changing anything. We want to change. So when the day changes, now, whoever was short in there, now the 60 and day are against that guy who is short here. So you'll see the next 60 opens, the day in 60, right here, when that's green, they're going against that guy. So we want to see it change into agreeing. When you go to Apple, how do we know it's just profit taking? Well, is it anywhere near changing the day? No. Right? Is it anywhere near changing the year? No. Right, we go to the month. Here it is. Is it anywhere near changing this month? No. So what's Apple doing? They're buying this month. They're buying today. Technically this week, it's just barely green. We'll say they're buying this week, but not quite, not much. But they're obviously buying today and this month. So the only way this is really going to take these guys out is if it takes this out, 321. You're just nowhere near doing it. So this has to be profit taking versus, huge reversal. And if we compare that to, SPY or Qs, if we go to SPY, right, they're selling a little this month, they're selling this week. Today is green. It was conflicted, right? The day and 60 were green, so they had control for 3 hours here. They were conflicted with the month and week, which are red. So when the 60 flips back red, now we go from conflicted / daily 60 control back to that monthly, weekly 60 seller right here when that's red. So the monthly guy is selling here. And we have 3 time frames. So whoever is buying today, we want to change them, turn them into a loser. And we have 26 minutes to try and change them. And that's how it works. So when you think of like the biggest winners, biggest losers you're ever going to see, if we go to IBM, right? You can see when it takes this out and then the month goes from green to red, the week goes green to red, whoever bought in there, we're just taking them into a huge loser and we're causing more losers, anyone from last month. So we can think when you change continuity or you change the color, like for example here on the week, when you go up, then you start coming back and changing that, it's going to create a big loser. And that applies to everything. It's like it goes down in here. Once it starts reversing, these guys are losers. And that's what we want. We want to cause losers because the losers have to do something. Like right now, if you bought SPY the first or second hour of the day, you don't have to do anything, right? Now, how would you have to do something if we're below all that, below here? And that's why the broadening formation is so amazing, because when we look at those broadening formations, what it's showing you is how to time those losers at the places you would like to see it happen. So it's like it goes up. When it comes back in here, reclaiming this, we know the broadening formations exist. So it goes up here, comes back in. We want to see it go take this out, which would cause them to lose, whoever bought in here. Same like, look at the energies, right? This is XLE on the quarterly. It goes slightly down. It comes back in. We want to go make the new high, which would cause these guys to lose. So by timing the broadening formations, you're timing those losers to you're timing it to create those losers when it works out. Not every single one works, but when it does work, right, you really explode. And the other way you can think of this is like reclaim levels, right? You get this outside bar, it ticks down. Once that comes back in, we want to go take that out, right? Ticks up. Once it comes back in, we want to go take the other side. Ticks down, comes back in here. We want to go back up there. And you can see, there's going to be shorter term reclaims, like slightly lower, slightly higher, slightly lower, and then inside, and then takes them out. But you have slight higher highs, lower lows, and then you also have the big higher highs and lower lows. So what we can look for is we look for reversals that cause losers at these reclaim levels or at these broadening formations. So it's like it goes up here, goes inside on the week here. Instantly, if that works, it's going down there. And if we go in there, this is something we put on the weekend video. So August weekend video, if you go into the August weekend video, you would see us talking about those home builders. And the same thing's happening on SPY, right? It goes up in here, new highs, reversal, reclaims the highs, loser. Who's the loser? Whoever bought there. And if they lose bad enough, we're going to cause these guys to lose down here. Can it be automated? So here's the honest truth with you. You can automate to an extent. The hardest part, I guess, with the automation that I've found, and I have, let me show you actually. So if we look in here, I was actually just working on this the other day. The hardest part is getting it to time all the time frames at the same time in a proper way. Because if you just try and backtest and you say, oh, price reversed, let's see if it gives me like whatever it's called. Price reverse, that should make me money because I know reversals have a magnitude. It's like if you just say, hey, here, this is my algorithm, right? Trade 3-2-2 reversals. Enter here, have a target here, and just take every single one. It's not going to work. Why isn't it going to work? For one, you need multiple time for analysis to understand, is this happening the first day of the month? Is this happening the last day of the month? Is it breaking, is this a daily reversal that breaks the last 5 minutes of the day, right? All of that matters. We want it to break early in the day, and we want it to go really far and ideally go past the target into full time frame continuity. So that matters. And you know what? Now that I'm saying that out loud, I might have to account for that. I didn't even think about that when I was designing mine. So maybe I'm going to have to mess with that later. But that matters. Like when something happened matters. So you have to make sure it's timing it at the proper time. The other thing is not every 322 is the same, right? Some of them some are doji, some are these long running green bars. Some are happening during inside year, inside month, inside week, inside day, and they're doing nothing. Others are happening during high volatility where we want to look for them. So all that stuff matters. And if you backtest and you're like, well, how often does a 322 work? It might say like 50% of the time. But the thing you have to understand about price is how can you say it? It's not deterministic. It's not like, oh, price took this level out. It broke down here. So now it has to take this out 80% of the time. It happens a good portion of the time. But what we want to think is, instead of thinking of it as, like Jenga blocks almost, where you just like stack the tower together and you're like, look, it makes a tower. You want to think of it as like there's traders and investors and funds and all this stuff that's going on here. So this breaks down. Someone might have sold here, but it needs to stay there. We need to find that seller where they sell and then they keep selling, and then it hits here and then it keeps going. That's what we're looking for. So we're trying to identify where those, funds are, which means it's not just, find the perfect reversal. It's understanding where to time them to cause losers. It's also understanding where your evidence is. Like SPY, like we said, the monthly, weekly seller is right here on this reversal. And it's happening on Friday at 11:30. All of that matters. It's also happening as a simultaneous break. Notice Q's reversed too. Right? So Q's kicked into full time frame continuity as well. That's going down today. So that's a short. You go to Dow Jones. Dow Jones 322 fund to save, fund to do. That's happening too. And then IWM is also 322. So it's like you see the 322s, right? We know it's trying to go there for 20 more minutes. But all of it has to do with evidence of actual, buyers or sellers. It's not a specific pattern or something, which is why it's harder to automate. I don't think it's impossible. I'm actively working on it myself. And I have some strategies that like work. I just haven't implemented them live. So yeah, if we go to HIMS, is it still in force? Yeah, give us HIMS 2787, right? So like we said below this, what do we know to be true about HIMS? This morning, we told you 3, you want to get out of that 3. Did we have to be the person in here in the morning to do that? No, right? They sold them down already. That's okay. Goes inside, that's a new signal. When it breaks down, it reconfirms the month. Look at this. 2 going 3 month. Where's that going on HIMS? Here. And you might look at this and you'd say, Alex, where's the broadening information? Exactly. This is why it's not about drawing them. It's about knowing they happen. It's a potential 3. That's a broadening formation about to happen. This week, they're selling. Today, they're selling. Right when that 60 breaks down, they're selling. And then we saw the simultaneous break on indexes, right? And I don't know, I don't have it set up to do the alerts, but right, we saw simultaneous break, all the indexes down. So we go here on the 60s. Look at this. Like we said before, this is not a good thing. They're buying a few things. Look at this. They're selling everything. They're selling everything. So you go back to the heat map. Look at this. 60 minute, 59 up, 253 down. 80% of the market's going down right now. Is that a bull market? No, can't be. So HIMS has to be going down, right? For sure. It's got to be going down. So you can see, based on our evidence, we can go from this might happen to for sure. HIMS is already going down. It breaks down again. It's still going down. And the market just reversed. It's got to be going down. Now it's got 17 minutes, but we want to see, can they keep going? And if we go back to that 5 minute on HIMS, you can see that 5 minute. Oops. Didn't really give us a clean signal here, but they went 3, 2 down, 2 down, 2 down. So they're still selling. It was probably a 3 minute. Yeah, so you can see they went 2 up, 2 down here, made a new low a day, and then we don't know. Then it goes 2 up again, 2 down here. Bam, gone. Puker. So on HIMS, I'm up, 88% on 8.5 puts. And those are now at the money. We'll see if they got more. And what I want you to notice is instead of, trading SPY, which is in conflict, right? It's the 60 against the daily group during an inside month. We're looking at HIMS, which is not in conflict. HIMS is 2 going 3 month, 2 down week, 2 down day, and then inside 60 signal right there. So when the whole market reverses, we short HIMS because we know for sure it's going down. And it's for sure one of the ones they're selling today. Instead of going and shorting SPY, which is in conflict with the day. And we don't know. Like, it's going up today, but it's going down right now. It's conflicted. I don't know. What I can tell you is right now it's 16 minutes, right? They got a little bit more time on it. But that's kind of the rough idea of taking all the evidence and putting it together. And you can kind of think of it, I don't know, it's like cross-references. The more cross-references you have on a website, the more likely Google is to pull it up. So the more cross-references you have for evidence, the more evidence you have that it should work, whatever you're trying to do. And we can see the home builders, they did break down, and let's see, PHM. So they did break down. They're still conflicted. You can see the day is green, the week's green, but the 60's red. So they're still conflicted here. So they didn't move as much. We go take a look, though. So you can see they did all reverse. And what you'd want to see is, do the algorithm still stick around? Because we have about 15 minutes left. Then the new 60s are going to open up, and what we say is everything confirms or negates everything. So if they sold this hour here, they're either going to come back and sell more, or they're going to come back and they're done selling, right? So about 15 minutes, as we get closer to that 60 close, it's more likely to start forming a wick here. But about 14 minutes, we'll see if they confirm or they negate. Obviously, they've reversed SPY and Qs and Dow Jones and IWM. So what we would say is it's harder to get it to reverse back up, just because you would now have to reverse every single one of these names here on the right. Things that aren't going down, right? We look in here. You can see they're buying a little bit of Beam. They're buying some TGTX. It's a little bit of the RG genomics stuff, biotech stuff. And that's really about it. You can see if we go back to the VIX. And this is a cool one. So look at UVXY here. So you can see it here, right? Low, high, higher, low, 3, 3. Gap it up, sell it down, inside bar, right back through all those guys. So like we were saying before, we had the VIX or the UUP breaking, the UVXY and the VIXY with all the indexes. So it helped them speed it up a little bit in the what indexes here. So you can see HIMS, they did puke and they go inside. So we look at the 5 minute, we're coming to the end of the 60s here. And you can see they go 2-2-5ers, so they do some profit taking. And short term, this would be that little fiver broadening formation. And you can see this is why conflict is trickier, because technically the higher lows on the day show you that this could be a higher low in that daily uptrend. Especially, in 12 minutes, if the new 60 is green, the daily 60 guys would go back to control, trying to go back up. And as we get towards the end of the 60, it only lasts 1 hour. So these 60 guys, they sell for an hour, and they might be done selling, starting to come back up now. When you see that, what we can say is the 60 guys did not or were unable to change the day. So either they come back and they start selling again in about 11 minutes, we'll see if they do that, or we go 2 down, 2 up back in the direction of the day, which would be corrective activity against the day, and then the reversal back in the direction of the day. So it's conflicted. We're just going to have to see on the flip in about 10 minutes. And we can see HIMS, there's a little bit of profit taking coming off the lows. So similarly, the 60 last 60 minutes, as we get towards the end of the 60, there's a little bit of profit taking there. Things like materials, you can see Doji month, Rev stratting the week though, 2 up days. So notice materials, they tick down, but then they reclaim every time frame's green. So for now, they're not selling materials at all. That'd be something that's a bit firmer. Visa MasterCard, we're still waiting to see if that buyer can come back. Maybe we get the 3-2-2 in MasterCard. It is a little bit tight in there, so it's getting kind of tight on that broadening formation. But we'll see what we have on the flip. Dow Jones would definitely be stronger than the SPY, so the Dow Jones is where we'd prefer, if the market was going to be firm. The industrial names definitely have a little bit more oomph to them. So HIMS, they stop some guys out, a little profit taken for 5 minutes, and then they go inside. Apple wild candle, let's see it. Yeah, look at that. And you can see, right, the profit taking, then wham, they got another buy order in there, just sitting there. And now you have that 3. So that's a broadening formation if they're going to come back through it. You could look at those 0 DTE stuff as we get into the latter half of the day. If Apple's going to all-time highs, you'd want to reclaim all this stuff and try and come back through it. You can see materials are almost high day now, so there's a little bit of buying materials, still just not too much to really talk about. Got 7 minutes to the flip. We broke 15 minutes ago. What's we? No way it hit it today, really. So I was just showing you guys that the algorithm I'm working on here. First day that I was able to get it to start pulling this live. It's not updating this yet, but it hit Apple this morning. I think it's the only one that it actually hit. We'll see in a sec. Visa, you can see negates the day, so that inside 60 down Visa, they're still down. Same with MasterCard. So no setups yet there to get them to reconfirm. But they are setting that up for next week, so we'll see. We got about 5 minutes till the new 60 opens, and then it's like a new day. We'll see if they're still selling or if they're going to be done with that. Indexes mostly all look the same. Hims is setting up the inside 15. If they're going to go momentum, you'd have the 15 down right when the new 60s open in a couple minutes. You can see SPY, they're still firming up as we get towards the end of the 60. Two up, two up, two up on the fivers after reversing here, back through these guys. So you can see the 15 down, 30s down, 60s down. They did take them in, but then that 225er, last part of the 60, firms them up, and then here's the little tiny broadening formation. So as we get to the end of the 60, we will have the hammer 30. So you can see on the 30-minute today, it went 2, 2, 2, 2, reversal, stop them out. 2 starts coming back in, potential 3 to take them out up here. So it's changing what we know as we get to the last few minutes here. All right, new 60s open, mind the flip. And we'll see if that seller's still present. We'd see that 60 red. We go to the 5-minute. We'd want to see them start coming back through this thing with a signal. Right now it's just inside fivers. So it's closer to breaking that 30 hammer up to change the 60. Now, is that 30 going to be strong enough to take these guys out, or are we just going to start chopping them up? That's the main question here. As far as preference goes, since the day is a 2-up, we'd prefer in the direction of that. That's a bigger move. But let's see. Dow's going to look similar with the hammer 30. Then IWM 2. Q's very slightly, but Q's is really stuck. These indexes are pretty stuck today. So they firm up a little bit by going inside 60s and 30s up. Tech is going inside stuck. Semi's inside stuck, so they're not going to get the help here. Apple, there you go. You can see at least Apple has that long green bar on the day, so it's doing something today. But you can see how it goes. I think that's a 1. Yeah, inside 2. Right into here. So now what you'd say is that inside fiver worked. Can we take that out? What, 334.22? And if you're not in there, right, didn't have to be, you just look for a new signal to get back in there. Or to get in there. So you could literally take an inside oneer, and maybe that's enough to take them out. We'll see. So far on these indexes, they go slight 2 up, but then they come back in, so they're not really going anywhere. HIMS goes, what, inside up, so they firm up on the new 15s, new 60s. Now, it's not reversing the 60. They've been selling all morning, so be aware that that's profit taking, which means the 60 down here, when that kicks in, that's profit taking you'd want to know about. If it's going to keep going, what we'd want to see is reject that in the direction of this to take this out. So really, these indexes, they're not doing too much. They're getting a little bit stuck in there. It's, I'd say, mostly due to your tech and semis, since they're all inside bar. Such a huge part of the market. When they're inside weak like they have been this week, it just slows everything down. Dow Jones breaks the hammer 30, so they're daily 30 guys to the upside, still inside 60. IWM breaks it as well. SPY re-breaks it as well, so now they're getting some of those signals in across all 4 indexes, but they're still inside 60, so they got to change that. So we can see on the flip, what we'd say is true is, well, monthly, weekly guys, they're sellers, but today and right now, that's the 60 and daily buyer. Are they going to be strong enough, though, to actually take these guys out? This would be your little fiber broadening formation. So this is that 30 signal. You'd want to stay out of that, or else you get the outside 30. And this is definitely what we would consider slow and or choppy, depending on how you want to put it. Mostly because you can see if we look at this index SPY, it hasn't gone anywhere this month. It's doing nothing. And we're 24 days in. So still not really the most entertaining trading as far as we're concerned. Not in the indexes, at least. You can see right now, there's a few twos up in here. So, as far as this universe is concerned, we have like a couple hundred things that are just inside. So you can see that seller on the previous hour, we're not taking them out, forcing them to get out. We're also not continuing. So they're not, if you look at IWM, it's just nothing. If you look at the really short-term stuff on SPY, they go up. Didn't take out anything, come back in. Let's try and take that out now. Really tight. Yeah, HIMS, we still have no signal back down. So we had the 60 here, 2, 2, 2, 1. The second that's a 1, it's firming up. And then 2, reversal. That 60 seller's gone. So if we're going to come back and sell more, you'd need the 1, 2 up, 2 down below this. In about 3 minutes, you'd want to take that out. And that'd be the rev strat, the 1, 2, 2. And you'd still have the month, week, day seller for evidence when that takes that out. So you can see SPY, they did go 2 up, but then they came back in, so they're not strong enough for these buyers. Not willing to take that out. Now the question is, are the sellers willing to take this out? They've got, what, 18 minutes? They're still inside 60. So they're chopping them up. Some of the home builders went 60s back up as 222, so the home builders, they're a little greener on the day. But that's, I mean, there's not really too much else that we can see that's happening. Most of this is still just a ton of inside 60s. What we can say is that seller, whoever that was on that hour here, they're still here. It's just, are they willing to sell below this so we can actually start trying to take out the bigger targets of this? They've still got some distance to make that happen. If we go in, load in, it's a lot of data. All right. If we take a look here on the 60s, you can see there's technically 32% of SPY up, 14% of SPY down. And you still have rotation to more like staple or utilities, real estate's staples, which is your defensive sectors. But that's kind of it. Like, it's pretty conflicted everywhere else. You got about 80%. 900 of the 1,500 names that we track inside bar. Two's down, we got 218. Two's up, we got 348. Just kind of watching right now. Speed. Yeah, so when you go back through a range, it speeds things up. And that's why when you're stuck inside a range, nothing happens. Like SPY's inside 60 right now, nothing's happening. Right? It went up a little, went down a little, comes back in, it's trying to go up a little. And it's just ding, 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 back and forth. But speed is it's determined by the aggressiveness of the buyers and sellers. So like stuff that's really volatile, it's like higher average true ranges. They're just gonna be faster. And when you go back through a range, what that does is increases the volatility. So if we look at SPY, right? Pivot, 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 pivot. This is on the week. When you have that and you go reversal back through all of this with full time frame continuity, what's happening is you're removing liquidity from their buy algorithms. And that's true. So if we go to like, if we look at how institutions will execute their trades, big institutional decisions to buy or sell are executed as thousands or hundreds of small orders across days or weeks. Now, if they're really aggressive, though, they can change that. They can do it fast. So, like, if we look at how this works, they do their research, they decide they're going to buy or sell, send it to their execution desk, send it to an algorithm, and the algorithm will spread this across the different types of markets. So you're never going to see 2 million shares hit the tape, right? You're always going to see little chunks like this hitting the tape. And they're doing that so that the market doesn't figure out what they're doing, or else they're going to be paying a lot more. So when you can align those guys buying right here, going back through people's stops and back through other funds that are shorting the market, right? Or other people that are shorting the market, when that happens, it's going to explode. The other thing that's happening is not only is there stop losses there, but anyone that was long from way back in here, right? Imagine you buy SPY, goes up to 695 and then goes back down to $20 below where you bought it, and you bought it like a year ago. Like you bought it a year ago and it's at the same price. You just get out of it and then you get back in, right? So you stop everyone out and you get the funds going back through a range, taking the offer, and you got those guys getting back in, and you have people who have stops against this stuff. It's going to explode, or at least it's supposed to, right? So when we look at SPY, it's like the reason trading has been a lot trickier this month is because it's been gapping, right? It hasn't been going back through a range. It's just been gapping. You can see earlier in the month, right? They slow them down and then they reverse here, starting going back through this range. Then they gap, take out the highs, and that was it. Then they reverse here, going back through this range of all these guys with stops here. Bam. And then there's nothing. There's nothing to hit. So they reverse back up. They go a little bit through these guys. Then they get stuck in the middle. Then they reverse back down, going back through these guys, and that speeds it up here. Then you'll see they gap down. Then they break, and they go back through this and this and this, and it speeds it up. And then there's nothing to take out. So they come back in, ripping back through all of these guys who are short, right? And then you'll see once it's up there, they gap it down. They took them all out. They go inside, and then they sell through some of these guys just barely. And they're just going to keep repeating that, right? Reversal, back through these guys. Comes high of day, comes back through those guys. And they get stuck in the middle. So when we look at this, to speed things up, you want to align, ideally, that continuity back through these targets with a signal. Confluence to the upside. So it's not really about confluence, it's just what's happening. It's like, well, are you trading right now? Well, right now it's 2 down, which is downtrend, and then it's inside. So it's technically consolidating during a downtrend. If you're trading today, you could say, well, hey, the market reversed today, but it didn't hold that, came back in. So if you want something that's going up, what we want to see is we want stuff that's above that. So if we go to IBM, look at this. See how IBM's above that? That's what you'd want to see today. That's where the buys actually are going to be. And I missed out on that 22230, but like we were saying before, you got all day. So if you're buying IBM today, you get red, slight lower low comes back in. Where's it going? Up there. 2-2 reversal, boom, right back through. See if Apple's got them yet. Look at this. So you can see Apple, they go up and then stuck. This is what we call mother bar issues. So everyone gets long and then it just does nothing. You're going to have to stop some guys out in here. They're going to go. But evidence comes from cross sector or from like correlated assets, because what we're really looking for is like if you want stocks that are going to like look at energies, right? It's like you want stocks that are going to do this, right? In 1 month, 53 to 60. And it's pretty good. The way you're going to pick up on that is simultaneous breaks. So if we go to energies, we can pull it up actually. We can go to the historical ones. We go to sector and we go to energies, XLE. Go to the week. So what we're going to see, this is the beginning of July 4th. What happens? 4 energy stocks reverse at the same time, right? And this actually, I don't think the most recent one is going to show. Yeah, so this is actually, let's see. And I might not show the most recent one because it's still going. Let's see, this would be July 4th. I think we're missing some information there. Because this should show a lot more. We can check OIH and XOP and see if that one's got more. Part of this is I don't have all the energy names in here. I probably should add them. Yeah, but yeah, it's my fault. I need to change my energy universe. I don't know if I have time to do that right now. But what you can think is when we look at these, all of them reversed at the same time. So like if we were to just go into XLE, you can see it went reversal on the week, 2 down, 2 up. So it reversed XLE, and then all the holdings in there did the same thing. So you go to Oxy, 2 down, they've been selling 2, 2, 2, selling. Boom, change them. Now we're gonna buy 2, 2, 2. You go to XOP, you'll see it went reversal, and then it continue. And then if we go to like XOM, you can see inside bar right here, reversal, continue. If you go to PSX, you can see inside bar, reversal, continue. So you just keep going down the list. MPC, 2 down, 2 up, reversal, continue. VLO, 2 down, 2 up, continue, right? You just keep going down the list. And Dyno, you can see broadening formation here, 2 down, 2 up, 2 up, 2 up, 2 up. So if you keep going down the list, notice how many there are. That's how you gauge evidence, because evidence is the whole market's doing it. So therefore it has to be. And that's why that's what we're looking for all the time. So when we look at this week, where would we want to be this week? Evidence wise, you want to be buying things XOP, OIHXLE. This was true at the beginning of the week. So all week, that's what we wanted to do. So if we go in there, some of these XLEs, I need to update this list because it's not the right names in here, or it's not all of them. But you can see there's some reversals. Most of these are just continuing. So they're still just continuing to the highs. Same with XOP. But you can see these are all up 5%, 8%, 4%. So if you're going to be an energy trader, this is the stuff you would have wanted to be looking at because they're buying everything. And we have to remember what you're doing is you're trading with institutions and they have huge orders, like billions of dollars. So like, I have billions of dollars. I don't know where to put it. It's like, I'm going to put it in energies. It's like, which energy stock? Every single one. It's like, okay, how much do you have? Billions. It's like, okay, well, what we're going to have to do is we're going to make that decision. We're going to buy all these shares. So, every day we're going to come in, we're going to buy this amount. And then we're pretty urgent. So the dial, we'd be pretty urgent on this. And then the algorithm's going to send in all those orders. So what did they do this month? Buy energies, do it this month, do it the first week, the second week, the third, the fourth, right? Do it every single week this month. How many days? This day, this day, this day, this day, this day, right? That's what they told them to do. So if you think about it that way, evidence always comes down to how many twos up or down do you have, which is why we're always monitoring it. Intraday, 300 twos down on the 60s, 400 twos up. So like right now we still have, good chunk of things going down, good chunk going up. If we go today on the dailies, 800 going up, 400 going down. So you see a little bit more evidence to the upside today. However, how many of those dailies are enforced to the upside? So we go 2 up enforced, 500. So these are all the names that they're going into today. If we go 2 down enforced, 200. So technically, right, market today is going up technically. Intraday, still not going down technically. So this is, as far as we know, they're buying today, but right now they're selling. It's still really conflicted. Yeah. So for the sectors we're looking at, we're trying to pick a sector aligning with the market, and within that sector, the strongest or weakest. Yeah, pretty much. Because what you can do then is, so if you pick up on it, so let's just say you're a 2-2 weak guy here in the energies. If you pick up on it here, what you can do is you can say, okay, well, energies is taking last month's lows. I want the things that aren't taking last month's lows. I want them taking last month's highs. So if we go to VLO, this one takes last month's highs here. So when that happens, that's the one you want. And you see like Dino, right? It'd be the same thing. 2 down hammer, then it breaks here. So that would be the one you want if we mark that out. You see it's right here. So first day, second day, third day, fourth day of the month right there, and then gone. So if you can pair those algorithms with, anyone that stopped out last month, anyone that's short last month, problems. And then we call it exhaustion risk or exhaustion. Once you get towards the end of the month or the end of the week, they might be done buying. Because at the beginning of the week, they have the most stock they still have yet to buy. Towards the end of the week, they have the least amount they'd have to buy. Because eventually they run out of shares that they have to buy, right? You can see SPY, so they go 2-2-230, confirming or trying to confirm the 60s down. So 2 down, bottom of the broadening formation, 2 up, top of the broadening formation, 2 down, trying to take the bottom of the broadening formation out right here. So we go to the 5-minute, they really chop them up in the middle here. Look at this, right? Slight higher, slight lower, then chop them up. Slight lower low, slight higher high, slight lower low. It's like they're just still not going anywhere until they can get out of this stuff. They're trying, but they got to stay below all this so we can take this out, which might be able to take this out. And if not, they're just going to reclaim it. They're going to be really tight still in here. From here, you wait for a signal. So since we're at the end of the week, what we want to think about is setting up signals for next week. So we go back to IBM. This is what we were looking at here, the 2-2 day. So we like that because it sets up, you can see this, the 2-2 week. So next week, if you got the daily here, you can add to it next week when that reverses here. Now, is it anywhere near taking the highs out? No. But we did just make lower lows, right? Anyone that's long IBM, gone. They're gone. So if it starts firming up, they might be getting back in. So what we want to do is think like when things happen matters. So the daily reversals today, like this, create stuff for next week if we're going to add to it. And you want to think like that because ideally you want something you can add to and or hold. So like if we look at, let's just say, a lot of things are inside week this week, which makes it difficulter or more difficult. Maybe we'll just scan some stuff next week. How about that? So what we want to do is, since we have a new month coming next month, and we just had the new quarter open, what we can do is look for 3 a quarter about to happen. So anything 2 down quarter that's green, these are potential 3s on the quarter. And you can see a lot of stuff is already really ripping. Lockheed Martin, oil, 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 oil. These are all potential 3s. You got some of the defensive stuff too. But so if we go in here, CEG, right? Slight lower low in here, and then it comes back in. So we look at the quarter, slight lower low here, comes back in. Where's it going? There, there, there. That's what we're looking for. And then we'd want to see, is there stuff setting up to do that? Now what we can do is we can say 2 down quarter, copy, go to the week, maybe a 2 down in green week. So we go to IBM, right? That's something. SAP, which is on the gappers today. So you can see SAP here, been going down for a while. Good. Setting up this. So next week, if we go reversal on the week, right there, that creates the reversal for next month. So you can see if that works, then next month you get that. We already have IBM we looked at. KRMN. You see KRMN, right? It's been higher. Wow. It's been a lot higher, but that'd be the reversal here. Maybe we'll have that inside day. I'm not sure. No, not an inside day. But you'd have the reversal on the week here to try and create this for next month. Now, it's really not looking good. So we want something maybe a little bit better. That's industrials. Let's see. Materials. Alcoa, nah. LVS. LVS, what, inside or is it 2 down? Nope. Inside week. Or wait, no, it is 2 down, isn't it? Yeah, 1 penny lower low. So let's see. Inside day for next week, which could cause the reversal here through these guys. Look at that. So if that breaks above that, that could be issues for anyone shorting this. That would create the month for next month. Now, if we zoom out, though, you see the broadening formation. They've been really just look at destroying them in here, chopping them up. And this is why we like to come back through a range. This is a great range, right? But what we want to do is we want to take out the lows and then rip back through the whole thing. Or we want to take out the highs and then rip back through the whole thing. When you're in here, you can see it's bigger, 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 and then they make the slight lower lows. Maybe we come back through this, but see if we can find something that looks really nice, right? So you look at TDS, telephone data systems. Look at that. So you can see the broadening formation here, right? So it goes up. It goes down in here. Then it went stuck in the middle, slightly higher, lower down in here, and then reversal there. Higher, low, wham, takes them all out. Now they're coming back in, but we have the hammer week here, which could come back through these guys. Let's see if we have any, something we look for. So maybe we have inside quarter down, like this. So 1, 2 down on the quarter, but green. You can see Lockheed Martin's already coming back through. It looks like it's mostly energies. Let's take a look. Verizon. from this morning, right? With that news, they did take them out finally. But if you look at Verizon, right? So you look up and left, we have all these pivots here, these guys, and they just had a deal with, what was it, NVIDIA or Disney, something like that, right? So we look at the quarter, we have this previous range inside quarter, goes down, starts coming back through. Where's it going? There, right? 50. Now it's a cheap stock, but you'd have all these pivots to speed it up. So if those options are cheap, maybe we can take all that up next week. Penny. Energy index. Yeah, I mean, a lot of energies, we'll see if they set up again next week on the dailies. What we want to see is something like this. If energies are going to complete, give that outside quarter, we'd want to go like down in here and rip them back through after stopping these guys out, something like that. That would be ideal. We look at SPY doing nothing. SPY inside 60, still conflicted with the day. 60 selling, today they're buying. Conflict. About 20 minutes, we'll have the inside 60. Maybe that breaks down to try and get them puking again. But for now, nothing. Just gotta keep scanning through. Metals Company, CMC. You got the weekly, so you can see that weekly broadening formation, the hammer here. 2, 2. It's trying to go up there still. Maybe Disney for next week, maybe. Let's see. There's really few weekly setups, like a lot of SJNK, what? High yield, so junk bonds pretty much. Gosh. Well, that's it for the hammers. Let's see green. Everything's so low volatility on these lists. All right, let's see about inside weeks. Yeah, so you can see here, if we go inside weeks, most of the setups for next week's like Dell, Western Digi, SNDK, AMD, NRG, Apple, which is Momentum Hammer, Marvell. So you can see it's like all the chips for next week. That's going to be our focus for sure. Yeah, we'll take a few more questions and we'll hop off. But let's see. Adding, when would be the indicator to add to a winner? Do we wait for additional strat signal or crossing a price where additional buyer kick in? So this is what you want to think of. So when we look at, if you look at any big winner, let's just say we're looking at, Apple, right? For example, we'll just look at the daily broadening formation here. So if you're going to add, you first have to know, it's like, where's it going? It's like, if it firms up here, it's going to go from here to the top of the broadening formation here. It's like, okay. So how would we want to trade if we know that that would be the case? It's like, okay, I want to get a little bit here because we have the least amount of evidence when this is still inside and not going anywhere. Then it goes 2, but then it's red. So anytime that's red, that's when you'd want to be reducing or making sure your stops are even if you got it anywhere in here. And then it goes back to green. That's when we'd want to get more anytime it's above that open. And then you have Momentum Hammer. They gap it up. So on a gap up, we prefer not to be a buyer just because gap up buy is trickier to time. But if you have a position here or here, it's like you're good. Momentum Hammer forms. So that's a new signal. When this breaks at 296.77, that breaks above the month the week opens. That's an add to take this and this and this and this out. So when that breaks, it goes wham, takes everyone out. So you can think, right? On the way up, every green open confirms. If it's green, it's still going up. You could also think every 2 up confirms. So it's like it goes 2 up, that's confirming. 2 up, confirming. 2 up, confirming. 2 up, confirming. So as far as adding, we prefer to get additional signals. So like the ideal scenario would be this inside day entry, which is tricky since this is red. But then 2, Momentum Hammer, get more. Now, when we think of this in terms of broadening formations, if we were to blow this up a bit, if we already made this lower low, we want to see the higher high. Like we already made the lower low here. We want to see that taken out because we know price trades in this series, right? Low, high, lower low, higher high. So down here, we would want it to see it reverse. We don't like to short just directly into the lows or long directly into the highs. So we don't have to perfectly time that, right? We don't have to be this guy at all. In fact, we don't have to be this guy either. But once we start seeing this, right, it's starting to come crawl back through here. It's like, well, where's it going? It's trying to take all this stuff out, right? If we draw that broad information, we could see it. So what we can do is time anything that we can get our hands on. So in here, it goes into the highs. We don't want to buy it into high day. We want to let it go lower lows. There it is. Slightly lower to all of this stuff. There's your broadening formation. Time that, and then boom. Now it starts racing. So once it's up here, and that daily signal sets up into all of this, you already know, pretty much it's going to take that out. So if you have a small position here, you can get more either on additional, small broadening formations, like there's a very slight one in here, or just using that daily signal. If we go back to it, that momentum hammer day. Now the same thing can be said. It's like once this starts racing up here, it's like, where do you know it's going to take that out? It's going to take that out. So you can use this reversal day to get in there, 2, 2, 2, it blows them out into the highs. And then today, right, when we had this 2, 2 in here, if it's going to take that out, what we'd want to see is like a 30 or 60 into that, which right now, you can see that didn't really work. It goes inside. So what do we want to see if they're going to take them all out? Ideally, if we're going to see Apple take all this out, we'd see it go slight lower lows in here, reclaim it, and then at least high a day, if not that. Now, since it's Friday, it's like they might have bought everything they had, and that could just be it. It didn't. We'll have to see. When we look at the indexes, since SPY, you can see on the 30, it's still bringing the SPY in. We don't really have that futures help to get that Apple ripping again right now. So we'll have to see if the futures were to firm up, that'd help Apple out. But right now, we don't have the help for it. Did I trade futures today? No, I didn't really trade futures, no. I traded MasterCard, which I didn't get the biggest P&L off of that. I'm still waiting to see if this sets up again. We have this inside 60 here. But then I traded IBM and I got like 100% something on that. Those are my main ones that I wanted this morning, which is good to go. And then I was able to trade HIMS, which was like 100%. Now it's continuing. So if we go back to HIMS. So you can see this was a little trickier. But they went inside, tick up. The second that goes red, wham, boom, low a day. You can see it's profit taking here, and then the 60 guy came back and sold them again. So HIMS, tell them to pew. And we would say 60, 2 down, still good. 2 down, still good. So no reversal against you if you're playing that. Contracts and options. You want to use those broadening formations. So like if we're looking at, let's just say hypothetically, right? If we're looking at XLU and we draw our formation out, or we know where it is, right? We can say it's like, well, it's rejecting these highs. We don't take this out. It's like, okay. What you'd want is, okay, how long do I have for this to work? Well, let's say it reverses. It might take a couple days to get down there, right? If it goes 2 day, I would at least want like a weekly, if not a couple weeks out. Give it time. And then where is it going? Well, it's going to here, 44.66. So I want my contract to be in the money when that gets hit. Because if it hits that, I want to have the option to hold. Because if it hits that and I'm not in the money, that's where I'm defending. So if I'm not in the money when it hits that, I'm not in any profit when it hits that. I want to be in profit. I want to be in the money when it hits the target. So if you look at a broadening formation, you want to think, how long do you have for that trade to go after it? Like, how long would it take to get down here, right? It might take at least a couple days. And then go like 3x that. It's like, okay, I have a couple days. Let's get at least a week out, if not 2 weeks. Give it enough time to work out. And then, if it does work, what you can do is you can roll the option. You can say, all right, well, I shorted it here, it hit the lows. If it stays down there, you can start moving into strikes down here. You'd be like, I'm going to get a 43 put, or I'm going to get like a 44 put. I'm going to risk their money and see if it keeps going through all this. Market open. Market open's just gonna be trickier because they're moving around a lot more. But what you want to look for is what we call the good morning triangle. So since indexes are a bit choppier this morning, you're gonna see a lot of them. But you can see, so this is 8:30. So SPY in the morning, this would be the good morning triangle. It goes down. This was yesterday. Then it goes up right here. Takes these guys out. So if you go to like a 5-minute, you can see this is the one from yesterday. Now, the good morning triangle is you get the daily open and they normally take out both sides of it. Someone like made a statistic and they're like, it happens 80% of the time. So you'll see the first day open or the first 5 minutes trades here. So what do? They buy, goes up a little, comes back, didn't take out the lows. Then it goes 3, so they go up, then they go down. This is the good morning triangle. They took out the highs, they took out the lows. Then it comes back in, goes up 1 penny higher. Then it comes back in, goes down. So you can see if we're going to trade the good morning triangle, we have to know that's happening, right? We have to know that's happening, or else it's like you buy it, you're like, I think it's going up, and then it goes wham. It's like, I think it's going down, wham. I think it's going up, wham. I think it's going down, and then finally, they do something. So you have to be very aware if you're trading the open, that can happen, right? And that's something that happens. Doesn't matter what strategy you trade. You're going to buy it, you think it's going one way, it will change direction. Now, why does that happen? It happens because at the open, that's when you have the highest amount of participation. So it's the most volatile. So what we want to think is if we're going to trade the open, we want to take people into losing trades right away. So when we go to something like IBM, if we look in here, the reason we'd want to look at this at the open is because we know we have signals. So we have this 2 down, 2 up day. And we know it is doing something that we want to see. We have pivots, all of these targets. So we're timing a lower low, broadening formation, back through pivots, losers, at the open. So at the open, instead of getting chopped up trying to trade up and down with the good morning triangle, we only want to trade up. That doesn't mean it can't become a 3, right? It can't fail. It just means we want to go up on this. We don't want to sell things going up. We want to sell things going down. So when we go here, the good morning triangle is much smaller, but you'll see this is where it starts. So it opens the day, it goes down, then it goes up. So that's literally, that was it. If you go to like a 1 minute, you'll see how fast it was. So look at this. First minute of the day, opens, goes down, reversal there, boom, gone. And then look, never comes back. So when we're trading with signals and with a reason that it should be going up, we got losers, we got pivots, we got reversal, we got everything. We don't have to trade the downside. We just wait. It's like, okay, stop them out, get everyone short. All right, reverse, boom, gone. They're screwed. Because they're screwed, right? You shorted into a ton of guys who have to cover their short position. It's like when it takes out morning highs, boom, everyone covers their shorts, just goes. So that's how we want to think. Now, you don't have to trade the open. We gain evidence as the day goes on. We have the least amount of evidence at the open. So what we say is let them open. You don't have to be the first guy. Because like if we look at SPY right now, where's SPY going, right? Where's SPY trying to go? Well, we pointed out the 2230, it's going there, which it did take out. Now, here's that morning or that previous day's broadening formation. Where's it going? It's going to the other side of that. It's like, how long did that take? That took 4 hours. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4 hours right there. That's when it breaks. And then it continues here with that 30. And now we have every reason to believe, at least for 7 more minutes, they're trying to come down here. And then we'll have the new 60 in 8 minutes, 7 minutes to see if they want to follow through with that. Failed to go 3? Yeah. Yeah. So when you think, the thing is, we want to look for that. It doesn't matter what time frame you're on. But when you're trading the open, what's most important is knowing, if it goes up, what's my evidence that I have? If it goes down, what's my evidence I have? Like today, SPY reverses up. We don't have to buy SPY. It's still below its month open, still inside month. It's still below its week open. We don't have to buy SPY. we can go after things like MasterCard, right? 2 day. It was already going up. So you can see while the market pukes, they're still buying MasterCard. 3, 2, 2. Fun to say, fun to do. So in about 6 minutes, if this kicks in, they're still buying MasterCard while the market's puking. Why? Because they're buying this month and this quarter and today and right now. Versus SPY, they're selling this month, they're selling this week, they're buying today, selling right now. This, we have more evidence on the upside. This month, quarter, day, right now. Then we go to Visa, right? They're buying Visa. So you can see the algorithms. They buy, then they sell, stopping these guys out. These guys get short. They're wrong. Why are they wrong? It's a reversal up today. So when this goes green, the algorithms are told buy Visa, do it right now. That's exactly what they were told to do. And you'll see it's by time. Buy, turn on the algorithms off. Sell, new open, sell, new open, buy, turn the algorithms back on. What's the likelihood? So it's not about likelihood. It's about evidence. Because if I came to you and I was like, hey, what's the likelihood that your cat is a dog? You'd be like, well, first off, my cat's a cat. It's not a dog. Second off, it's not a probability. It's just like what is true. So Apple, if Apple's going to go up, which again, they might have bought everything already, but if it's going to go up, what you'd need to see is a signal reclaiming, these lows. Ideally, you want to take this out first. So we'd want to take this out and then reclaim it. So it's not likelihood. It's is it doing that? We'd like to take them out below this, stop anyone out that's long, and then see if that buyer comes back. But I would just be aware, we're still an inside week, Apple. This is setting up for next week, so they might just be done. That could have been it. They took out their targets. They already did what they're supposed to. So that could just be it. If we go to the 30, we'll see. You can see SPY on the 2230s down. That's that broadening formation kicking in. So like we were saying before, you don't have to be the perfect time the topper, right? If you just know that it happens, once it goes up and comes back in like this, you can let it go 2 up, 2 down right there and get it, slightly after that. Because by the time this is starting to get red in here, we already know this high exists for sure. So we go to the futures, the US 500. Remember this, right? Same thing. So broadening, goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down. You don't have to touch any of this. Goes up, nice and big, reversal. Then you get all of this stuff, right? All of that. And this is what we drew out earlier. So pretty good stuff. And see how it's really speeding up? That's what you're looking for, right? My SPX options are up 200% on those 2230s. I bought them at $260. They're at $8. Now we are high exhaustion, right? We're coming right into the end of the 60 in 3 minutes. So what's the next two? Do they reconfirm the selling, right? Like we said before, they sold 1 hour. Do they come back to sell more? If that 60 is red, they're still selling. Who's selling? The monthly guy and that weekly guy. So they're doing it. But now, do they come back? Do they have more to sell? If they do, we gauge the magnitude. They're trying to sell into the new lows down here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to leg into a spread. So what I'm going to do is go to my SPX. And I'm going to look at that. I'm going to say, okay, yesterday's lows, 7376. So I have the 7420 put. So if it's going to there, right, I would be 40 points in the money. It's what, 4,000. What I can do is, since I was able to time that 30-minute, I can sell a put against my option that I already have to lock in gains, but still let it run. So I can lock in my gains to like 47380 and see what those options are trading at. Maybe I'll do 47400. 47405. Depends how greedy I want to be. I'm going to try and be less greedy today. So what I did is I sold the 7-4-10 put, which locks in, I don't know, like $600 a contract. I only had a small size. But then it gives the option where if it does close, 74.10 or lower, I would be able to, I would still make money on the downside. And what I can do is take the money since I sold those puts, and I can move, I can move the cash into different puts for their strikes down. I can go below yesterday's lows, 7.376 puts. So I can lock in the gain for sure, and then risk their money. And if it's going to go down here and go outside day, which we know it's trying to, then it's like huge payday, right? 7.376. So we're going to mine the flip. If we go back to the Dow, you can see they finally became a 2, and it's right at the end of the 60. So here's the new 60 opening up, and we called it high exhaustion, or close to you have exhaustion, because now that seller sold here. The algorithms were told to sell again here, and then here. Are the algorithms still told to sell, or did they just get turned off? That's the question. And we're right in the middle. So notice we have this high and this low. We're right smack dab in the middle. So we want to see them get out of that. We don't want to see them sit in the middle. I just rip through them. And notice the daily. We still have yet to change the day, but if we do, anyone that bought today on SPY, like we were saying before, if the 60 is red, it's attempting to change the day. So if we can get below the daily open, anyone that bought today is in a losing position because they bought above the open aggressively. And therefore, those guys may have to get out. That's what we see in here. But if we get below that, they got to do something. So if they're going to give that full outside day, that's your next level, 74.06. I use this little 2230. But the 60, we would say this is still good. So when we're talking simultaneous break, so we said what? SPY, if we go to Qs, you see how Qs broke here into full time frame continuity. In Dow Jones, that went reversal, not into continuity, but simultaneously. So like we're saying before, what are we looking for? We're looking for everything to go at the same time because that's the algorithms told to sell IWM, SPY, Qs, Dow all at the same time. So when that happens, you want to let it try and play out. Meaning, I don't know if I actually put this in the stuff yet. I'm working on it. But a simultaneous break, multiple assets breaking a 2 in the same direction. So index, sector, or holdings. So when it's moving, you can use momentum signals. But where is it? Exit. Yeah, so behavior. A true simultaneous break should go, near instantly. Now, but it doesn't have to. But given the high level of evidence you have, the whole market reversed. The exit rule is to not exit until price has reversed against the position, even if it is a loss. See stop losses. Continuations in the break's direction can be added on until price reverses. So technically, right, this was 2-2 reversal below that. And then this goes 2 again. And then it goes 2 again. So it's like they told their algorithms to sell below the previous hour's lows. Then they told them to sell again. And then they came back and told them to sell again. And they did that on, that's the small cappers, but they did that on Qs, Dow Jones, and IWM. And SPY, my bad. And just to show you, so this is something we always track. So you can see, and this is actually, Where is it? Yeah, so it's here. Live reversal is 11:47 a.m. So SPY, Qs, Dow, IWM all reversed. So this is something we always look for. Then 3 out of the 4 they close lower, which shows you that seller is willing to sell and stay down. Then they continue. And then they all continue. And then they all close lower. And then you'll see, then they continue. This is 2:30, so 4 minutes ago. And then they all continue. And now it's a matter of, are we going to get that outside day? We have an hour and a half left, so we got more than enough time for them to do it. And now look at the SPY. See how the day goes red? The monthly, the weekly, the day, the 60, they're all red. So guess what? Every known group is a seller. The daily group, the 60, the week, and the month group. When did that happen? Just now. So if that's true, we should just start taking all these guys out, all these stop losses. Because we rejected the highs, try and make the lower lows. We do not see Visa, MasterCard, so you notice they bought the previous hour, everything confirms or negates. They come back the new hour, so far nothing. So there's nothing to do there. So at this point, they should go outside day. SAP natural buyers, let's see. Yeah, look at that. So while they're puking the market, oops, not this one. While they're puking the market, see this is above its day, the month, week, the 60 opens. He's calling that natural buyers because while they're selling everything else, they're still buying this. So what that does is it shows you they still want this one, even though the market's down. It's not scaring them. And we can see, so they puke 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bars in a row, and then there's some slight profit taking here. So at the daily open, they're taking some profit. What we'd want to see is something like 2 down, 2 up, 2 down, if they're going to keep on hitting them. And you might even get that on 1 minute, right? 2 down, 2 up, 2 down. But you can see how it's pretty much straight down, mostly because it's that month, week 60 guy. They came in and they're like, sell everything. So now, can we confirm that? And if we go to our scans, let's see what they look like here now. It's like it's slowing it down. Whenever a lot of orders hit the market, it slows down a bit. But you can see staples are still going after a little bit, but pretty much everything else is still a sell. We go to today, semis, tech, solars, uraniums, Bitcoin miners, those are all still much weaker. So we go in here, like while they're selling the rest of the stuff, Costco, they go hammers up, MKC, Staples, CAG. So you can see they're rotating. It's not market crash. What is XETR? Anyone know? XETR. Is that the one? Extra? Frankfurt Stock Exchange, Germany. Oh, interesting. Who knew? So you can see right at the daily open, they got inside 3 minutes down SPX. So that right there confirms all the full time frame continuity trying to go down. SMB Capital last night, they were trading EWY, South Korea ETF. Wow, that's interesting. That's getting sold off too. They're selling it all. You can see the inside 3 minute hits its target, so 212 down. And if you're looking at options, that's literally a 20% move on options just there, which is hilarious. But the idea is that we can time that to cause those daily guys to sell more, right? So can they get below that, or is that it? And they start rev stratting. If they do that and they start rev stratting, they might have to stop some of these guys out, the nearby stop guys. We go back to the VIX, or the UVXY. Looks like they're still coming up. If we go to the dollar, wow, pretty illiquid today. There it is, SPX, another low on the day. Or actually, no, not yet. Low of day is just below here. EWY, though. Why South Korea ETF? I mean, obviously it looks pretty nuts. Inside up, it's like a semi ETF pretty much, right? At least it looks the same. But it's got this nice daily broadening formation in there. So you see SPX, the new 3 minute, 2 down again. That's algorithm. They're still hitting the bid. We want to just stay down there. We don't want them to come back. Just using my Webull charts because I don't need indicators. Yeah, I mean, totally. The thing is it's you still want to know the 4 time frames, right? Because if you don't know it, or if you don't have them up, you might run into some issues, right? Because if you just pull up the daily chart, you're like, oh, 2 day, I'm just going to buy it right here. It's like, you can do that. But then once that 60 reverses, now you got issues. So you got to make sure you're watching, multiple time frames, even if you're not using like a big charting platform, right? In CSPX, they did not stay down. So they're 2 down green, stopping some guys out. It's not reversal, but it could become. We want to see them stay below that daily open so we can give us an outside day, but they might need to triangle they out, and that'd be okay. You just have to see it happen and set up again. For now, it's like a really short-term triangle layout on the oneers. And you can see it's those semis with full time frame continuity all kicking into low a day. That's causing some of those issues. Then XLK kicked in and took out low a day again. Take a look at what my algorithm's doing. Look at this. So I don't know if this is real, like forward testing, but you can just see just how killer this thing is. And you can see it takes a lot of really tiny little losses and a lot of big winners, which is pretty cool. But short CMG, short Rivian, and long OKE and EPD. SPX is 223 minutes, so I'm going to have to triangle that again if we're going to get that outside day. Stop some guys out first. And you can see the other way you can look at this is you can say, well, they're selling this month, this week, today. Everyone just got stopped out. So when that goes reversal, it's going to force some profit taking to happen, which is why you want to be aware when that occurs. Because I don't know, it could go 2 points, it could go 20 points and then go down, 1 point and then go down. I don't know. All we know is we're going to stop some guys out first and set up again. We're still below those 60 open, week open, month open. But you can see they're 225er now with the 3 minute. And you see the second that kicks in, boom. Now these guys, they get stopped out, they get stopped out, they get stopped out right nearby. There's a 2-day minimum on these. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know about you guys with prop firms, but there's a prop firm called Trade Funded that's coming out. It is so much better. You're going to have 0 rules. You can swing. You can, there's no, I don't think there's a consistency rule. If there is one, it's like very minimal. And that's it. Like it's going to be like trading a futures account without any rules. It's going to be so much better. It's called Trade Funded if you're interested in that. And I have no code. It's brand new. But I did invest in it because of how their model is going to work. I hate funded trading and all the rules and all the, gosh, I've always just really disliked them. But then they reached out and they're like, hey, we're about to do it way different. You want to invest in it? I was like, sure, let's go. So that should be exciting. So you can see SPY, right? They stop out the tight stop guys. So if we're going outside day, right, triangle layout, stop them out, and then set up to go down again, ideally. Yep, it's that one. They have a Discord if you want to join it. It's going to have the release of the rules and whatnot. But I just think it's amazing. No daily drawdown, no consistency rules. I think you're going to be able to. It's straight to live. So if you win the thing, or if you pass the eval, you go straight to a live account with real money. Like, you can't beat that, can you? Funded futures trading doesn't sound like a good idea. Well, the thing that is stupid about it is they're designed. So if you understand how price works, what does price do? Contracts, right? Inside bar, outside bar, then it goes down, then it goes up, and it expands, right? So it gets really tight, and then it gets really big. So they give you all these rules that are contrary to how price works. So they'll be like, okay, consistency rule. You have to make the same amount of profit like 5 days in a row, or like if you pass over 3 days, right? You have to have 30% consistency. So you can't have more than 30% of your profit on one day. But that's not how it works. It's like Monday it does nothing, Tuesday it goes up a little, Wednesday it reverses, Thursday it follows through and it has a 1,000-point drop. It's like, how are you supposed to have consistency if the market is designed to contract and expand? You can't. So that's only, and the problem with these funds or these funded futures things is they gosh, I'm sorry, I'm stumbling over my words a little bit. I just dislike them. But they have all these rules designed to make it so you fail. They don't want you to win. They don't want you to get a payout. Because and I haven't posted it yet. I don't know if I should or not. But let me see if I can pull it up for you. All right. It took me a second. But we'll just quickly run through it. Look at this. Out of every 100 traders whose buy is a challenge, 7 get paid. So this is what it looks like, right? 7 receive a payout, 7 pass but are never paid. So 90-something% are designed to fail. And it has to be that way. Because if you look at the math, 109 fees to fund one winner. So they want one winner for every 109 fees. And in fact, they want 1 million fees and no winners because the more money, they make more money when everyone loses. Terrible. So consistency rules, if you have a good day, boom, you don't make any of that. Out of 1,000 funded traders, how many actually get a live account? 0.7%. This is express funded. Isn't that crazy? And after you pay, they can change the rules. So you might make X amount of money, but then they come in and they say, no, we're changing the rules. And then the other thing is they cap your payouts, right? So if you actually have a good week, capped. And they will move you to live in order to not pay you money. That's another thing they're doing. So what the one I dropped in chat, what they're going to do, there's any rules that are crazy. There's no gate between your traders. Like you can just take your money out whenever you want once you get the account. And there's no payout ladders. You're not capped to a certain amount of accounts. Your account doesn't close because you withdrew. They're not going to deny it because the money's actually there. And there's no limits. Like the whole goal of this fund is I just wanted to double check that. But the whole goal of this is, and the reason I invested in it is the whole goal is to find the winning traders and actually have them win and help the business. Because if they make money, the fund makes, a percentage of that. It's like 10%, I think, or I think it has to be 20%, but then there's some dividends that get paid back to the traders. So even just having an account and not trading it, you get dividends paid back to you, which is wild. But the reason is because it's not designed to come from the 93% failure rate. So, it's pretty interesting. I would go to Trade Funded and just join their Discord. Make sure you're up to speed on that. That being said, SPY, the inside fiver, if they go inside down, you got all these guys to take out, and we'd like to be an outside day, right? We got about an hour 55 left. I'm only here still because we could have that potential 3 to kick in. And if not, right, next week, since we know compound outside bars exist, where's this trying to go next week? It's still trying to go there, below this. I would hope we could get it today, especially with how red this is. This right there, really selling this. So we got that to kick in. We'll see. I just blew up my prop recently. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, no trailing drawdowns, none of that. Yeah, but the whole goal is literally like, because the other thing is most firms don't want you, like if you're winning, they don't want you to get more accounts because you're going to pass the account and you're going to cost them money. They don't want you to. With this one, it's like if you're winning, I think you get deals to open new accounts, to open more accounts. So if you actually have an account, I think you're going to get deals to open more because we want winning traders. Pretty neat. And I'm not actively working with this company. I just invested with them. So I have a small stake. But I'm really excited about it. I think it's going to be super cool. And I think they're releasing how it's going to work pretty soon. And you can use algorithms if you have trading algorithms, which is even cooler. SPX, so they went inside up. So obviously, all right, they didn't sell. They take the offer. Now, the ideal scenario, if we're really going to get them to puke, would be a rev strat if they're going to kick in. But right now, it's fiver inside up, setting up the inside 15. And that's the magnitude of the fiver, is just to take this out here. So we'll see if they can set up a rev strat. Let's take a look. Home builders, you can see 2 down, 2 down, 2 down. So that simultaneous break is still down overall. You can see tech after making low day, they go inside fivers up. So when we look at those broadening formations, since tech and semis went into that exhaustion risk, what we would like to see, if we're going to get the puke, we need a signal to re-break that. Because what's happening is everyone's buying, everyone gets stopped out, and then people start trying to buy it back in here with the profit taking going on. We want to take them out. We don't want them to stick around. Still have eyes on Apple. Let's see. So you'd see on Apple, like we were talking about before, cat or dog, right? Anytime it's back above that level after taking it out, it's a cat, right? It's reclaiming. So it goes right up into the tippy top, and you can see it to the penny. Look at this. So there must be someone sitting on the offer here trying to offload their shares at a good price. But you see they tick down all the way up, right back up here, and it's like a penny higher high to this. Then they start reclaiming. So they're trying to come take this out again. So you see they're kind of going back and forth. Now if we go on the 30-minute, you can see how that's an outside bar. It goes down, reclaim, wham, there's your outside bar. And on a 60-minute, you'll see this is now mother bars issues. These 3 hours stuck inside of this 1 hour. Kind of a mess. SPY, so they go up on the fiver. What we'd want to see is that reverse. We got 30 seconds. We'd want to see this big wick form, ideally. Take them down in here, but Gonna have to find out. Send it into the close. So here's the new 15 inside bar. It's closer to breaking up if that fiber doesn't break down. And that'd be a reversal on the set on the new 30s. What I'd prefer to see is those fibers down myself. Q is just closer to giving that fiber rev strat down. We'll see. Visa Lottos, let's see it. Yeah, so we got a Visa and Master. Look at that. Inside 60, bang. That's the daily guy, that monthly guy, right there. You get a MasterCard. Inside 60, bang, right? And you can see that takes 3 hours. 2 hours red, 1 hour that's inside, and then it goes. Isn't that pretty neat? Go to IBM. They're still firm there, stuck in the middle, so not much going on. I just think the coolest thing is how you can see those algorithms on, off, turn them back on right here, keep them on here. Nuts. SPY, you can see right there the inside 15 up, so it's causing short covering as we come into the close here. Now, what I would still prefer to see is the RevStrat Puker go outside bar of this thing as a rejection. So you can see 15 breaks up. The second that goes red, whoever took the offer in there, they go into a losing position. And what we want to see is if that loser can sell it and cause it to go outside here as the broadening formation. And if that happens, you can see what it would cause. It would cause you to take out this, 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 this. So anyone putting their stops against this, saying it's a support level, those guys would go in first. And that would be with full time from continuity still. So please kick in for us, SPY. That would be fun. And you can see how the shooter outside bar is what's trying to cause that. So it's got to just go if they're going to do it. Let's see. Are you the same one on their YouTube sometimes? I don't know. Is she? Does Elaine have a YouTube channel? I don't think she does. Can't recall. I don't think she does. You see MasterCard? Look at that. That daily buyer. Do you see that? And notice, like we were saying before, you don't have to be the guy that nails the bottom here. Once we start telling you that, you know exactly where it's going. High a day. So you can just get it. 2, boom. Right? That's it. 5 minutes. That's all it takes. And now you look left. Ooh, I'd like to hold that for next week, wouldn't you? I would too. Good thing we knew about that pre-market, right? If we go to Visa, setting up too. So next week, it's good stuff we'll want to know about. SPY goes shooter fivers down, so they're trying to pivot machine gun action. Let's see if we can get this live on here. So you can see that breaks. We want to see them pivot, take all these guys out. If they can't, there might be a buyer sitting on the bid here, because that should just win. I don't know why it's not going. The only thing I could say is maybe that daily buyer is still present. It should have just puked. And the reason it should have is if they're selling this month, this week, today, right then and there, should have just puked. And you can see, so whoever sold into the bid here, there had to be someone more aggressive against them, and I don't know who they are. Might be that daily guy. I'm not sure. I'd prefer to take them out since we have the week and month guys to help us out. But we only have 45 minutes left in the week, so that weekly guy's starting to exhaust a bit. And by a bit, I mean a lot, since we're so close to closing them out. I'm really excited for MasterCard next week. Hopefully we can take them all out. Yeah. Well, the beautiful thing with prop accounts is if you're trading, there it is, SPY rebreaks the fiver. Let's see if that can do it. But the beautiful thing with those prop accounts is you can literally take like a couple $100, and then if you pass the eval, it's like you have a $10,000 account or a $5,000 account. There it is, SPY. You see how it rebreaks that, and then finally pivot. Get him. Get him. It'll gap up on Monday. Will it gap up? Maybe. I don't know. Over the weekend, you only have the month and quarter stuff, so that's why we want. So we go to the XLE. You want this long green quarter, long green month. That's what you want. Now, could Trump come out and say, "Oh, we just bombed them; they don't even exist anymore," and blah blah blah, whatever, and maybe they gap the energies down, maybe. But we'll find out. All right, gosh, it's the final hour, right? We got 52 minutes for the SPX to give us that outside day. Oh, you're talking about MA? Yeah, don't you want it to gap up Monday? It was a break right at the open this morning, setting up the week and the month. That'd be sick. Looking like a swing SAP. Yeah, look at SAP. You can see while the market's puking, this goes 2 on the 60. Bang, they're buying that one for sure. So it's setting up that nice weekly hammer, and you got all this to come back through. That's a 30% broadening formation. That's a good thing to look for. I wish you, Trader Zoe, I wish you mentioned that when we jumped on the stream this morning because I didn't see your message. Great find. The beautiful thing that's coming is we will have our kicking scans and whatnot on this whole universe. So it's not just going to be like on our current scanner, we have a couple thousand. On this one, I have a couple hundred. On the next update that we're putting out there, we're going to have, I think, all 6,000 or something, however many thousand companies there are. So we'll never miss a kicker ever again, nor will we miss any crazy simultaneous breaks ever again. So you can see SPX, they did what they were supposed to do. They ticked up, reclaim, and then they took the other side of the range. And that's, whenever you hear us say that, it's what it was supposed to do. That's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to go up, reverse, go completely the other way. So they did what they're supposed to do. They made the new low here. The question is, do they have more to sell? And if they do, we got these pivots to trigger here. We still have 5 minutes on this where it's in force. So you got that. We still have 20 minutes on the 60s. And if we go to the US 500 futures, you can see just like what we saw this morning. Notice that broadening formation, right? Isn't it just beautiful once you start seeing it this way? Tick up, tick down, tick down, tick up, tick down, tick up. Reversal, wham. Then slightly stops these guys out, comes back in right there, wham. And then the inside bar here, if it's already way down here, once it ticks up and it comes back in, you pretty much already know it's trying to take that out, right? So you can use that, and then hopefully we do take it out, and then get us to puke a little bit more. Hopefully wipe out all these guys into the close. That'd be the overnight lows, technically. Oh, and I just noticed the US 500 tracks the SPX price almost perfectly. Look at that. It's like 1 point off. That's pretty good. Can't wait for the scanner updates. Neither can I, man. Neither can I. The developer told me, he said he had the data hooked up. The only thing is, we had to rebuild our whole back end because the stuff that I have here, all this information that we're pulling from, it's a whole new API that I put together myself. So take a while. You see SPX. So they did what they're supposed to do, but then they come back in. So they took profit. That's not what we're looking for. So you can see we had magnitude when it reclaimed these highs to take this out. Once it did that, I don't know. So when it reclaims this, profit taking hits, and they have a magnitude up there if they're going to take them out. Hopefully it's just micro triangle out here, and then they go back to puking. Low profile is the best profile. I agree with you, Elaine. You see technology, like we said before. Anyone that's got stops against that stuff, they're trying to get back in there, but then the seller comes back, goes, wham, this is exactly what you wanted to see. Giving them the puke. So if we just speak in terms of the confirming and negating, we can see 2 up, confirms 2 up, confirms 2 up, negates 2-2 reversal. 2 down confirms 2 down, 2 down confirms, still going down. We got 15 minutes and then the last 30 minutes of the day. And I don't know if SPY's going to run out of time or not, but Q's, this one kicked into full time from continuity. So you had 2 down, 2 up, and then 2 down, right? Reversal. 2 down, reconfirming or continuing. 2 down, continuing. They're still trying to take out broadening formation target way down there. And you can see if we look at the apple, There's some buying, right? They did make that slight higher high, but that's kind of it. Right? They come right back in, so might just be done for the day. They have a little bit left, but if we had a SPY, it was micro triangle day out, so that's good. And by that, I mean stop out these tight stop guys. If their stops here, it goes wham, stops everyone out. And it's like, all right, back to selling, inside, down. Get them back to puking. The 212 on the 15 NASDAQ, nice. Yeah, just be aware you're going into exhaustion risk. Right into new lows on everything. So if we look at the day, right, breaking out to the downside, when this happens, if you reclaim that, you know, everyone's like, oh, this looks terrible, I'm selling it to the weekend, right? If that gets reclaimed, that could change what's going on. Now, it does look terrible, though. Don't get me wrong. You got the 2-2-monther. You still got all this to take out. So we want to see them stay down there. We want to see everyone just panic selling to the close. Like, get me out of this. I don't want to be long into the weekend with Trump doing all his Trump things, right? Get me out of here. That's the hope, at least. New 15's open. Last 15 to the 60. So we're still bright red 60. We got 15 more minutes. Let's see if they got more to sell. And what we'd look for is the momentum shooter here. Below that, it should go boom, 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 trigger all these pivots. Because if we look left, right, you got this stuff to take out. So we call that a momentum signal below there. And they're designed to go instantly if you pair them up with full time frame continuity. So we want to see them just break and just go wham, take them all out. So on this, just here on SPX, I'm up another 120%, trading more options with their money. And that was the RevStrat 15 with that shooter 5 in it. Come on, SPY, take them all out. Let's see what we got for accounts right now. 2 down on the 60, we got 639. 2 up, we got 430. That's on the week, my bad. 2 down, we have 884 names. So yeah, and then 2 up, 377. Dom's Pizza, wow, it's at the top of the list today. Let's take a look. So this is from our nightly list. Nice. And this is coming directly from last night. So you can see this was 10 p.m. yesterday. Domino's Pizza, star. SNDK MU, short, with stars next to him. We're going to look at those last. Visa, MasterCard, star. So let's go see. DPZ, that's a pretty good Lotto Friday, right? It's 11 points. If we go to SNDK, did that give you a puke today? Yep. It's 135 points, 8%. That's pretty good on a Lotto Friday. We got an MU. The RevStrat, they finished them off. 60 points today. That's pretty good on a Lotto Friday as well. And Visa, obviously, didn't really give us everything. Intraday, there were some decent moves in there. We were more interested in MasterCard, which that's pretty good on Lotto Friday as well. And they give you another new high a day. So it's beautiful. And there's the Intel earnings reaction, which this broadening formation, they got out of it here, and you can see they just grinded down all day. So they finished them up. I'm surprised. I'm so surprised. I cannot believe SPY's not puking harder than this. Because that should just hit the bid and just go. So there might be someone in here that's buying that I'm not aware of, but I'm incredibly surprised that's not going. Micro futures are pretty solid. If you're planning on trading a lot of indexes, I would say futures is probably the better go. Now, when you get stuff like, since there is 0 DTE options, when you get the really obvious stuff like this, when you start reclaiming these really nice broadening formations, you can even go after futures options, which are similar to those SPX. I'm not sure if they have 0 DTEs, but Similar stuff. So you can see right now, SPY, that fiber down, that should have just puked. I'm not sure who it is, but now they're starting to stop a little bit of guys out, just slightly higher highs, because that could be enough to actually re-break this and get this to puke. Because it should, like, we should be outside day. We're running out of time, though. We got 40 minutes, so we want to get below these lows and stay out, or else you're going to be this little triangle chopping around in here. We don't want that. We want them to hit the bid below that. And if you look at the US 500 futures, it's like, come on, right? Take them out. Just 1 penny below that at least. And maybe you got a ton of losers that got to get out. If you go to the Dow Jones, you can see, unlike the SPY/Q, is just not as weak. And notice it's still above yesterday's highs, and that's part of the problem. They did go 2-2 and reclaim the 3, but they didn't reclaim yesterday's highs. They did here, but not for long. And the reason that matters is because anyone that bought yesterday, all day they could just stayed long, right? These guys are fine. Now, and it reclaimed for a little bit. Anyone that was buying yesterday, morning highs, they had some issues, but that was it. It's like really anyone. You go to IWM. You can see this was a lot worse than Dow Jones because it reclaimed yesterday's highs, and it was red on the day. The daily opens here. So they sold, triangled they out, broadening formation, then 2-2 reversal, they came back to sell again. And they're almost taking them out, just like SPY. It's like, I'm surprised they haven't done it yet. So you can see if we go 225 or SPY, 2-2 up. So they did what they're supposed to do, making the low. And I'm surprised they didn't go down. So there's someone here that I don't know about. Because this month, this week, today, on the 60, everyone's a seller, but there's someone here. I have no idea. No idea who they are or how big they are. I took profit. The buyer made me nervous. That's okay. And this is, we would consider that absorption. When we expect things to just go and they don't, there's someone sitting there. No idea. It could be a limit order. It could be the seller's done and we don't have evidence that they're done yet. It could be a million things. But what I do know is it was supposed to go and it did not. So what that shows you is this buyer's more aggressive than whoever the seller was that sold down here. So until we can get a new signal, we got some profit takers. What we want to see is just slight down, slight up, and then 2-2 hit them again. See if the limit order's gone or whatever it is. And the beautiful thing about this is if we do get more signals, since we're close enough to that outside day to actually hit it, if we get one, those options are really cheap on SPX and even cheaper on SPY, right? They could be like 10 cents on SPY, really cheap. So if we can get stuff towards the end of the day here, we can go after that if we choose to. I'll be back in just a minute. New fibers are going to open up. Pretty big buyer at the lows. Yeah, but he's wrong, I think. I think he's wrong. If he break, yeah, I agree. We'll see. Wham! 3-2-5er. Come on. This should do it. Give us outside day SPY. And those SPX strikes at yesterday's lows are they're like 50 cents. They're bouncing around. They're kind of at 80 cents now. Those are my lotto strikes that I'm playing on. But that 3-2-5ers, threes are broadening formation. So when you get a 3-2, that's a broadening formation that's breaking. So we want to see that break. And hopefully that buyer, whoever they were, hopefully we can take them out. As soon as I step away, yeah, right? And you can see how that broadening formation at the lows here, right? It's like support, support, support. We need to get out of it. And this is why it's so key. When there's a seller in here, what's happening is you're hitting stops and it's speeding it up, and then it hits the lows. And then either that seller has more to sell and it goes whoosh, right through them, or they don't. And they go, slight lower low, profit take, and then sell again, and then slight lower low, profit take. We want to see it just go. Get out of there. It's the same thing on the 15. It's 3-2. So it's like we just tell them to puke. Puke. And the thing with 3-2s is if they don't go, it's a 3. So you can see it's like broadening formation. They test the highs, then they test the lows. If they test the lows and they come back in, they might do that again. So we want them to just go. Come on. MasterCard, they're still pretty firm at the highs. You might have some inside fivers there if you want to play it into the end of day. It still has a magnitude on the day. So you can see whoever that buyer is, they're still sitting there. We got inside oneer, they tick up. So they hit the bid, then they weren't willing to sell into further lows. Profit taking / whoever that buyer is. I don't know who they are. Come on. Have a great weekend, everyone. Have a good one, Elaine. And you can see, I don't know who they are, but they have some type of big order down there. We got to get through them. See what Q's is looking like. Q's already reclaimed, so they're a little bit firmer. We only got 2 minutes and the new 60s open up. So what we'd say on the 60s, again, high exhaustion. And the 60 hit its magnitude on SPY. So we got that 2-2 simultaneous break here, the target to take that out. And they did by the penny, or to the penny. So we call that exhaustion risk, which means that seller, that might have been, all they had. Now, since we still have a half hour to go outside day, it's like we still have a half hour to go outside day if they're going to do it. But that flip is going to really matter. In about a minute, they're going to open it up. And if they're done selling, they're done selling. So, if we were really going to puke them, what we'd prefer to see is stop all these guys out and then go for it. So ideally they go like this, right? Because if we stop some guys out, that at least give us some more people who are going to chase into lows and go after it. If we don't, they could still do it, but whoever this buyer is, we need to take them out. Let's see. If we look at your tech, you can see tech into the last 30 of the day. What are they closer to doing? Reclaiming. And tech just took out daily target here. So into the weekend, are they going to stay short tech, or are we going to see that short covering back into there? Go semis. Similarly, you can see triangle down, bottom of the broadening formation, closer to a reversal to cause short covering. So 2 seconds, and those are going to open up. We want to see, what do they do? You can see right away, semis goes inside, so they didn't break. Tech goes inside. SPY goes inside Fiverr, up, right on the new 60 flip. So you can see they're selling right there. I don't know if they're selling anymore. No idea. If they can reclaim that and go ref strat, maybe. But you can see right on the new 60, from exhaustion, the lower low, that was it. So can we flip it back red? We'll have to see. Materials are still jamming the highs. Wow. You can only make so much money in a day. Yeah, not the one that we're starting. The one we're starting, we want you to make as much money as possible every day. Doesn't matter how much. You see SPX or SPY inside Fiverr up, so they're causing the short covering on the flip. That might be it. Tech goes 2215, causing short covering on the flip as well. Now, what we'd want to see is back in the direction of continuity. We prefer not to go for it on the upside, just because we want them to like really puke up a storm. Oops, cues. Right. We can see Q's, Tech, and Semis are just kind of leading the puke down. They all do the same thing. So they're all 2215 reclaiming this stuff. Tesla looking to rip into the close. Let's see it. 2260 pivot machine gun style. Oh, yeah. 3 points. 3 points of rip potentially in there. What about MasterCard, right? Might get that one to rip too. So you can see right on the flip, SPX, short covering, pivot, 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 coming back through here. Whoever that buyer was, they show up on the flip. MA, well, they're staying inside, so no flip ripper on that one. Staying inside 60, inside 1530s. They are selling off energies into the close. 60s back down, so you got some shooters farming there going into next week. So they did buy them up a little bit on SPY. If they go rev strat back down, that might do it. But if not, I'm going to complete this broadening formation back up here again off the 60 flip and the 30s. You can see they go 2 again. So here it is, stopping these guys out. You can see if we go to the 1 minute how it goes support, 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 and then they finally start leaving that, trying to go up into here. So whoever that was, I'm not sure. To be the sub triangle in here. But you got about 25 minutes left in the day. I'm going to be stepping away here. Pretty much the gist is just, there's some short covering going on in the semis and tech from the short signals this morning on those inside days down in semis, which is reclaiming, in the technologies. So maybe you get some profit taking ripper through there. And they're selling energies off into the close. That's kind of the gist. Outside of that, I'm really interested in financials next week. They set up all these hammers with Visa and MasterCard. So that's going to be on our weekend vid, specifically MasterCard. We really like MasterCard. That's good stuff. And then IBM, they're still pretty firm. So you might be able to get them some lotto action and Visa, MasterCard / IBM into the close. And then obviously DPZ, Domino's Pizza, they really got after that today. So that's pretty good too. So that's kind of the gist. We'll have obviously more to discuss in the weekend vid, but that's all I got for you guys today. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the live session today. I know it was really slow, but it at least gives you some practice seeing those broadening formations, like that 61 we saw at high a day when the 15er happened on the flip here at 11:30. And then also seeing this little tiny 5er one that happened in here with that 30 in there to cause it to happen. And then even seeing this one here, which not the biggest move, but that's 100% on weeklies or 0 DTEs. So you get to kind of mess around with that. But that is all I've got. So peace out. And if you're interested in the docs that we have, if you want to learn more or read about the strat, stratalerts.ai/docs or thestrat.ai/docs, and you can tune in there. But thanks for being here. I'll see you guys next week and have a good rest of your week or rest of your day.